tube hub we are building in the riverside can play at a European level. So thank you all and have a good work, and please enjoy our beautiful city of Lisbon. Thank you.
Thank you, City Councillor, for sharing your vision for Lisbon. And now we will now advance for the event by calling to the stage the representative of the International Maritime Organization, Mr. Tianbing Wan, who will talk to us about the IMO strategy for the reduction of greenhouse gases in shipping.
Mr. Jose Semo, Director General of the DGIM, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me a great pleasure to be here today for the Green Shipping Portuguese flagship workshop, and I thank the organizer for inviting the International Maritime Organization to address this important event. As an introductory remark, I just want to say that the world economy really relies on shipping. This is just a simple fact. Sustainable development will rely on sustainable maritime transport system. And for sustainable shipping, technology will play a crucial and central role. A wide range of technologies will be required to support a sustainable maritime transportation system. As the United Nations International Regulatory Body for the industry, IMO has been and continues to be the focal point for and the driving force behind efforts to ensure that shipping becomes greener and cleaner. Since its establishment in 1948, IMO has established a long track record of facing the successful regulatory challenge and that have arisen as the industry itself has developed and evolved. Among many recent examples of how IMO is establishing a green future for shipping is our work to cut greenhouse gases emissions from ships. According to the estimation in the fourth IMO GHG study, in 1918, shipping emits around 1,000 million tons of CO2, accounting for about 2.8.9 of the total global CO2 emission for that year. Under a voyage-based allocation method, the share of the international shipping represented 740 million tons of CO2 in 2018. In 2050, shipping emission could be between 90 and 130% of the 2008 emission. according to a series of long-term business as usual scenario. Another important finding from that study was that since 2009, growth in GHG emissions from maritime transport has been decoupled from the continuous increase in seaborne trade volume. For over a decade now, IMO has been acting to reduce GHG emissions from international shipping. To date, the IMO is the only organization to have adopted global legislation to significantly reduce GHG emissions from a particular industry. Mandatory energy efficiency standards for new ships and mandatory operational measures to reduce emissions from existing ships entered into force in 2013 as amendments to MARPOL Annex 6. The EEDI for new ships is a technical measure which aims at promoting the use of more energy efficiency equipment and engines. The level is tightened incrementally every 5 years. And so the EEDI stimulates the continued innovation and technical development of all the efficiency. The Ship Energy Efficiency Management Plan, known as SUMP, is an operational measure that establishes a mechanism to improve the energy efficiency of a ship in a cost-effective manner. In order to accurately assess ships' energy efficiency, in October 2016, IMO adopted mandatory requirement for ships to record and report their fuel oil consumption. Starting from 1st January 2019, ships of 5,000 gross tonnage and above, those ships representing approximately 85% of the total emission from international shipping are required to collect consumption data for each type of the fuel oil they use. There can be no doubt that one of the most important achievements of IMO's work is the adoption of the initial strategy on the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions from ships in April 2018. The initial strategy represents a global framework for member states and the industry, setting out a vision for shipping decarbonization, levels of ambition to reduce GHG emissions, and guiding principles, and include candidate short, mid, and long-term measures, with possible timeline and an assessment of their impact on states. It sets out the IMO's ambition to reduce carbon intensity by at least 40% by 2030, pursuing efforts towards 70% by 2050, and to reduce total annual GHG emission from international shipping by at least 50% by 2050 compared to 2008, working towards phasing them out as soon as possible. Other soft instruments have been also adopted to support the implementation of the initial strategy, such as a resolution on cooperation between ports and the shipping sector to reduce GHG emission. Ports are key in decarbonizing international shipping central as they are the bunkering of low zero carbon fuels, onshore power supply, just-in-time arrival, port incentive scheme, etc. The Marine Environment Protection Committee also adopted another resolution to encourage the development of cross-sectional national action plan to address GHG emissions, which will support involving ports and energy providers in the decarbonization of shipping. The committee also established a dedicated multi-donor GHG-TC fund to provide a dedicated resources of financial support for technical cooperation and capacity building activity towards the decarbonization of international shipping. Since the adoption of the initial strategy, the IMO has been actively working on the transposing the commitment into mandatory requirements in MARPOL. One of the most important measures in implementing the IMO initial strategy was the adoption of the so-called short-term GHG reduction measures in June 2021, known as EEXI, CII, and enhanced sum. The short-term measure is a goal-based carbon intensity reduction measure, setting out technical and operational energy efficiency standards for existing ships. The CII rating will establish a powerful annual benchmark of ships according to their actual fuel consumption. With stricter requirement over time, the goal-based approach leaves flexibility for ship owners, operators to achieve the requirement. Ships will get a rating of their energy efficiency A, B, C, D, or E, where A is the best. This sends a strong signal to the market, administrations, port authority, and other stakeholders as appropriate are encouraged to provide incentives to ships rated as A and B. Continuous energy efficiency improvements of existing fleet is of a key importance to reduce the world fleet overall energy needs and facilitate take-up of alternative fuels, as when the CII requirements further tightened, energy-saving method might not be sufficient to meet the reduction target. The short-term measure is due for a comprehensive review by 1st January 2026. Having noted some concerns over the implementation of the short-term measure, in particular the CII collection factors and the voyage adjustment for CII calculation, the committee invited member governments and industry to collect data in the early years of implementation of the CII rating and to report relevant information ahead of the 2026 review. This slide and the next one provides some examples of using energy efficiency methods, including improved hull performance, wind power, and air bubbles. While it is promising to see positive effects from the short-term measure in reduction of the greenhouse gas emission from ships, it is evident that the current measures are unable even to meet the ambition of 50% reduction in total GHG emission from shipping by 2050. Many studies indicate that the current measures are just not enough. This graph developed by the University College of London shows that there's a green part, there's a gap, basically the green part that needs to fill in using the new measures, including alternative zero low carbon fuels, if shipping industry is to meet the 50% reduction by 2050, and ambition set out in the IMO initial study. A number of initiatives and pilot projects are underway in using alternative zero low carbon fuels, including biofuels, methanol, ammonia, LNG, and others. But we have to admit that shipping is still in the early stage of the energy transition. The study by DNV indicates that in terms of the number of ships, 98.8% of ships are using conventional fossil fuels. However, It is very encouraging to see that for new builds, nearly a quarter of ships are opt for being capable powered by new fuels. Many studies have been conducted with projections of what is going to look like of the marine fuel mixture in 2016. This slide just give you one of these examples of the projection. A study on the readiness of and availability of low and zero carbon ship technology and marine fuels, commissioned by the IMO under its Future Fuels and Technology for Low and Zero Carbon Shipping Project, known as FFT project, has been submitted to the next session of the Marine Environment Protection Committee, MEPC 80. Among the key findings, the study suggests that achieving a more ambitious decarbonization pathway than business as usual is feasible, with a strengthened level of ambition and implementation of further GHG reduction measures. Distinguished guests, so what can we expect from IMO to driving the international maritime decarbonization agenda? The first and foremost important elements of the regular discussion is the revision of the initial strategy, which is expected to be completed by MEPC in July 2023. So it's in less than 2 months' time. The second of the key pillars supporting the decarbonization of the international shipping is the work aimed at calculating the well-to-wake GHG emissions of alternative maritime fuels. These standalone guidelines should provide further clarity to the industry and to incentivize investment and uptake of alternative marine fuels according to their overall climate impact. They will cover the GHG emissions related to the production, feedstock, transportation, and onboard use of all marine fuels to allow for comparison and are likely to be a crucial tool for the development of the future IMO GHG reduction measures. The third of the key pillars is the creation of the safety regulation for low carbon marine fuels. Important work is already underway at the Marine Safety Committee, MSC, on the development of IMO safety guidelines for ships using alternative fuels, such as fuel cell, hydrogen, and ammonia. Safe onboard use and bunkering will be key to the take-up of the low carbon fuels. The fourth pillar supporting the decarbonization of international shipping is the development of midterm measures, including assessment of their possible impact on states. The IMO member states already have several concrete regulatory proposals before them for further consideration. Please allow me to elaborate a little bit more on the revision of the IMO GHG strategy, as I guess this bit is of particular interest of the participants here. The initial strategy adopted in 2018 foresee a revised strategy to be adopted by MEPC 80 in July this year, which is less than 2 months' time. The revision started from MEPC 77 in 2021. And the steady progress has been made in last year. MEPC 79 in December 2022 reaffirmed its commitment to adopt a revised IMO strategy in all its elements, including with a strengthened level of ambition by MEPC 80. The intersectional working group in March this year made further substantial progress in finalizing the different section of the revised strategy, apart from the section on the levels of ambition and the closely linked section on the timelines and follow-up actions. While there's a full revision of the initial strategy and the proposal received will relate to literally every section, The attention has been naturally drawn upon, in particular on the revision and the level of the ambition, the vision and the level of ambition. In general, there's substantial support for phasing out reaching zero net or net zero. So you notice that there still needs to be decided which terminology to be used. So currently a number of terminology has been used: phasing out, reaching zero, or reaching net zero by 2050. However, a number of member states were of the view that some flexibility is needed with regard to the phasing out date, and those member states suggest using a bit more flexible wording, such as in this century, preferably around or by mid-century, to taking into account the different national circumstances. In terms of intermediate targets, there seems to be some general support of 5% alternative fuels by 2030. But views were very split in respect of setting up 2030 and 2040 intermediate targets with regard to total reduction. Another outstanding issue is related to the setting the deadline for the completion of the development of the midterm measures. In parallel to the revision of the initial strategy, the MEPC is working really hard on the development of the midterm measures in accordance with its work plan. The work plan is divided into 3 phases. Phase 1 is about the collation and initial consideration of the proposed measures. This phase has been completed. Phase 2 is the assessment and the selection of the measures to further develop. The MEPC is currently assessing proposals against their feasibility, effectiveness, and impact on states, in particular developing states, including SIDS and LDCs. Current proposals for midterm measures include a GHG levy, a GHG cap and trade system, a hybrid fee-based system, an international maritime sustainable funding and the rewards mechanism, enhancing the CRI framework, and a low GHG fuel standard. The implication of the proposal remain to be fully assessed, in particular their impacts on states, as well as the exact legal provisions of a possible basket of midterm measures. The committee noted convergence on the development of a basket of measures consisting of both technical and economical elements in view of the identifying which measure to develop further in priority by MEPC 80, in line with the work plan. The committee also noted that increasing support for a possible combination of a technical element and an economic element, which could effectively promote the energy transition of the shipping and provide the world fleet the needed incentive while contributing and ensuring a level playing field and a just and equitable transition, while also stressing the various outstanding concerns that should be addressed before the end of phase 2 of the work plan. Climate change impacts already affecting developing countries, in particular SIDS and LDCs, more than developed states. For a global problem like climate change, it is a duty of IMO and all its member states to make sure that its policies and measures do not deepen the existing gap between a developed and developing countries. The IMO GHG study affirms the importance of assessing impacts on states of candidate GHG reduction measures before their adoption, and to address disproportionate negative impacts on states as appropriate. a comprehensive impact assessment of the basket of midterm measures in accordance with the revised procedure for impact assessment will ensure that identified impacts are considered in the design stage of the measure before the adoption. Shipping is of international nature of a global regulatory framework set up by IMO will provide certainty and predictability, which can unlock investment and reduce freight rate fluctuation. The decarbonization of shipping needs to be inclusive, bring everyone on board. IMO has put in place a number of projects supporting the renewable energy production initiatives in developing countries. This slide provides the meeting schedule before MEPC 80. A two-day workshop will be held on May 25th and 26th, which will carry out an expert review of the technical and economical elements and their possible combinations of the proposals for candidate midterm measures and discuss possible technical and economic elements, as well as other commonalities in the proposed measures, which may be served as the building blocks for the basket of candidate midterm measures. A report will be submitted to the MEPC 80 session following prior consideration by the ISWG GHG 15 session. Following another intersessional GHG working group meeting in the end of June, the MEPC 80 from 3rd of July to 7th July is expected to adopt a revised IMO GHG 30, agree on the outline of a basket of the next GHG reduction measure with technical and economic elements to be developed as a priority, and adopt the first version of the IMO GHG life cycle intensity guidelines. In summing up, difficult and complex negotiations ahead of us. However, there are reasons for being optimistic. IMO member states have always demonstrated their commitment to enhancing a global regulatory framework that provides regulatory certainty, a global level playing field, and leaving no one behind. And we have every confidence that once again, the usual IMO spirit will prevail. Before I conclude, I just wish to quote the IMO Secretary General said during the last MEPC session. We can't take off our foot off the accelerator at this moment in time. The cooperation and dialogue that is the trademark of IMO, and not least this committee, will be more important than ever in delivering on what is expected for us to address climate change, but also by biodiversity loss and marine pollution. With this, it only remains for me to once again thank and congratulate our hosts for organizing this important event. I wish you all of you a successful and fruitful workshop. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tian Bing Wan. Apologies for the initial technical problems. I call to the stage Mr. Louis Chiangfeng from the CCS Science and Technology Working Committee to talk to us now about the Far East perspective on green shipping.
And first, thank you, Mr. Joseph Simon, Director General from DGRM. And also, as you said, I'm coming from other side of the world, floor to here. And also, not only inviting me with this one, but also I was chairing during my flight here with TAP flight. I take a picture yesterday from the flight. There is a food menu. Very interesting. The food menu first said, the Portuguese people are essentially cosmopolitany, said Fernando Pessoa, the Portuguese poet. And on the others, the word also continues. This particular combined with the natural Portuguese curiosity and the fact that historically Portugal is the privileged gateway to Europe. So I think with my first visit here, I get a two sharing with both general director and also from this culture behind. So I will start my presentation. These slides in general say we have facing the human being facing the climate change. For the climate change, we need to reduce the emission of GHG, and then we have a Paris Agreement. The world gets the consensus, but the pathway still unclear. This need to be discussed and exchange the views, hand in hand, take the partnership to overtake of that one. And IMO, just as Mr. Huang speak out, already said the initial strategy. As Mr. Huang said, what I am understanding is four sentences. One is continuously improve the efficiency. Second is the reduction of the CO2 per transport works 40% by the year 2030 and 70% by the year 2050. And the third is in total GHG emission 50% reduction by the year of 2050. And we continuously at the end of this century, the climate change or the temperature, we can keep it in 2 degrees, better in 1.5 degrees. This is IMO new initial strategy, and also Mr. Huang informed there could be change during the MEPC 18 this year. So from that requirement, we have several technologies. Methodology or measures. One is the technology measures, and that is, you can see, not enough. And also for the management or what we call operational measures also is not enough. So the key is for the new fuels or energies. And we listed some of them here, and this one, we also make a case study for each and compare with that one. Ship owner always want to have a safe and good feedback, better working ships, and to meet the safety requirements or regulations. So with this one, with the new energy or alternative views, so what I have thinking about five aspects are most important. First is the safety, most priority, and then the new alternative view availability. That always the economy. Without this one, you cannot go more forward. The third is technology readiness level, is the technology maturing, and the fifth is regulation compliances. So with these five aspects, first we talking about the safety. According to IMO GBS standard, so we have a goal and then make a performance rules standard, rules verification and standard 5 levels. From this goal to the performance, we need some principles that makes this performance approach to the goal requirements. I have listed some of that here, like this equivalence with conventional fuels or conventional technologies, and the risk with the probability and subsequences analysis, and also single failure principle, etc. And not only for the technology, but also for the maintenance. So the whole life of the vessel service to be safe. For the availability from different country, they have a different background with their different, what do we say, the social economy development. And they have a different trend to have the solution with a different views. So at this moment, not only we have a common view for this view, but also the key things for this, what we say under the LCA principle, how to get that one, the new alternative fuel or energy. So one is green hydrogen, the other is the green carbon. With all this one, we can say that is a green fuels for fully complying with the LCA code. But at this moment, seems is not enough with a one fuel solution. This just as Mr. Huang said, we have a energy mixed for this transition period. Economy during this is not for the old transition, but this is only for this period for this regulation getting into through. We have compare some vessels with fully compliance with EU's new regulations, and find out for the owners with the carbon cost with a level or fine or somewhere, the measures is very important for them. And with this one, they can choose the time when they can shifting from their conventional view to these new alternative views. And this technology readiness level, we first looking at the shipping traditional ICE, internal combustion engine, with the new fuels, and the bio LNG, fuel future bio methanol and ammonia. But from this ship fuel technology, from its this side to be ready for this later on the new fuels coming, and they have a different they have at the different level of the readiness. Besides this one, also we looking at others like battery, like a fossil fuel, and especially these batteries for this short-term and inland waterways vessels could be a good solution that is combined with the electric industry improvement. And thanks for this electronic technology development, also the green, like a windmill and the solar station development, and also other side like a storage station and the EV sector development, we make this battery use very much quickly mature than others. But for the future, for the long haul shipping, the LNG and the methanol and ammonia could be the chosen, and also the hydrogen, because of the technology development, especially with the storage and the transport, we're looking at that. Compliance with these regulations also, this is a very important aspect. And what kind of regulation coming out together with the market measures is also influence the choices for this new fuel or alternative fuel or new energies. So I think for quickly conclude of these 5 aspects. First is this: the multi-energy system could be used for this transition, and different views used with a different type of ships service with different areas that's influence these final choice of the fuels and energies. And also the technology development can be other way to push forward for this transition to the final new energy systems. And also at the transition period, we can see what we chosen, the different fuels, they have also different advantage, and also they have a different challenge they must be facing. So the different characteristic of the fuel can be deployed in the different area for the different trading routing. Just listed a few of these challenges for the fuels here for the reference. And finally, I think the energy transition require the cooperation worldwide. The cooperation and the collaboration, not only for the shipping, inside the shipping industry, but also we need to cooperation and collaboration with other industry sectors. And different countries, they have a different developing levels. So for this new fuels, the infrastructure should be worldwide to provide it. And the alternative view, the key is the equipment provided on board. Some of them still under the development, and for the technical readiness level, they are in different stage. So finally, with this regulation, I think one is we need a regulation. On the other hand, the whole industry fulfill with the regulation can be more pushed forward with the use of this new alternative view, or with this the solution for this reduction of GHG emissions. That's my my points of view. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Luis Yaopeng. We will now move on to the first panel of the workshop, dedicated to solutions based on biofuels. I call to the stage Mr. Jorge de Almeida, Mr. Emanuel Proença, Mr. Gan Xiaoe, and Mr. Maia Seco. While we're getting ready, we have asked the speakers to share the PowerPoint presentations, and we will share, we'll share those at the end of the workshop. So I pass the floor to Mr. Jorge de Almeida, who will moderate the panel.
Is it on? Can you hear me?
Yes, we
Yeah.
can.
Great. Oh, just sporting one. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning to everybody. It's my great pleasure and honor to be here and to participate in this event. I congratulate DGRM and José Simão for this very timely and very well attended initiative. We just heard two very interesting keynote speeches, and they basically set up the stage for the discussion on how to meet this very big challenge of reducing GHG emissions in the world. And if there's one observation I'd like to make, I already did it to my friend, is that it really would help if we could harmonize the criteria and the targets for GHG reduction, because the EC, the European Commission, the IMO, and some individual countries like the United States had different criteria and different targets. It really would help all of us if we could harmonize them. Do you agree? But this session, as you know, this panel has to do now with biofuels, use of biofuels in the shipping industry. Let me give you two numbers to set a little bit the stage. One is the world production of biofuels is around 140 million tons per year. And the other number, reference number, is the consumption of fuels by the global fleet, which is around 200 million tons per year. And the question is why there is so little use of biofuels in shipping for the time being, okay? But to answer that question, luckily we are in luck. We have three experts in the field. Mr. Emanuel Proença from Prio, a Portuguese leading energy company that is well known for its innovative solutions. He's going to talk about the EcoBunker solution developed by Prio. Then we have Mr. Gan Xiaoe, I said the name correctly, right? Yeah. From CCS Research Institute, who's going to share with us the development of biofuels in China. And thirdly, we have Captain Antonio Maia Seco from Mutualista Soriano. He's one of the leading maritime companies in Portugal. He's going to talk with us with the experience of Mutualista in HFO biodiesel blending solutions. Am I right? Okay. And without further ado, I'll pass the stage first to Emanuel.
I think you can hear me. Yeah, now you can. Thank you. So very nice to be with you. Very impressed to see such a room and such an interest in looking at pathways to decarbonize the maritime sector. It's most welcome and of uttermost interest for PRIO to see that the shipping sector is moving ahead with this decarbonization efforts. Let me give you 1 minute of introduction on PRIO. For those who are Portuguese, you will know PRIO for its service stations throughout the country. You will know that it's a company that is not old. We're quite young, actually. We're 15 years old only. But we've done quite interesting effort in shaking up a bit the retail sector or the fuels retail sector in Portugal. We are not as well known by the general public, but more and more well known by specialists just like you for our efforts in the industrial side. And on the industrial side, we are very lucky to have started as a company with a focus on decarbonization. And that is something that makes us totally different. So we are not an oil company. We are an energy for mobility company. And by being an energy for mobility company, we started working in green fuels, in electricity for vehicles, and in other decarbonization pathways 15 years ago when we started the company. And that gives us a very good and very solid advantage today, because as some of our competitors who are major oil companies and have extensive resources to build their work going forwards, as they are starting their pathway in decarbonization, we have 15 years ahead in some fronts. I'm actually going to share that one of these companies yesterday just launched a first effort in green fuels in the road sector. They claimed that they are the first in Iberia to sell green fuels for trucks in 3 service stations, one of them in the region of Lisbon. This gives me 3 messages. The first one is that we are proud to be on the right pathway. The second one is that we need to move faster because we are not 15 years ahead. We are only 3 years ahead because we did exactly the same thing 3 years ago. And the third thing is that there is plenty of work to be done in this sector. As of today, in green fuels, we operate an advanced biofuels facility in Aveiro. And out of that advanced biofuels facility and out of the blend factory that allows us to blend all kinds of fossil fuels with renewable fuels also in Aveiro, we are able to provide a set of solutions to decarbonize some of the sectors in which we've been working. So we've worked most extensively in the last 15 years in road mobility. We started working in maritime mobility 3 years ago with this eco bunkers solution, which is working out very, very well and already has a set of actual factual applications made. And we're very eager to move forward in the direction of providing new solutions, new green fuel solutions based on biodiesel, but also on other green molecules to the maritime sector. We've been working with a few in some of these other projects. We are working extensively in our labs in other green fuel molecules. So looking forward to sharing some of these with you.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. I'll pass now the microphone to Mr. Shui.
Yes.
Do you need to go to the?
Yeah, I need to go to the desk
Okay, please go
to
ahead.
start with my presentation. Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. Good morning, ladies. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great pleasure to be here to share with you some views, consideration, and outlook of the biofuels in China. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for this very impressive meeting. And also, I thank you for the moderator. Thank you for your good organization. Okay, biofuel is a generic name for biomass-based fuel, including bio-waste sources such as the plant, animal, or algae material. The range of potential biofuel sources and production method is very broad and may include, but is not limited to, the biodiesel, bioalcohol, biocrude, biogas fuel, and so on. Taking the biodiesel as an example, it may include the fatty acid methyl ester, hydrotreated vegetable oils. Consequently, each biofuel needs to be considered on the basis of its own properties and characteristics. The increasing focus on the prevention of air pollution from ships, especially the reduction of greenhouse gas emission and decarbonization ambition from the IMO, is driving the interest in alternative marine fuels. While the IMO has yet to finalize regulations for the life cycle accounting of GHG emission from the range of the current and expected marine fuels, the use of biofuels as a means to display marine emissions of fossil-based carbon provides one of the low carbon future fuel option. So in this slide, you can see that the International Energy Agency report reveals that the biofuels and energy efficiency are the main contributors to shipping sector, shipping emission reduction in the short term. In addition, the drop-in characteristic of most biofuels makes them more attractive than other alternative fuels. That means they are more compatible to existing engines and systems. Okay, so let's have a glance at the development of biofuels in China. At present, the biodiesel, I think, is taking the dominating role among biofuels in China. The feedstock for the first generation of biodiesel is mainly vegetable oils, but the food and feed crops are no longer encouraged, taking into account the large population and food security policy in China. The second generation biodiesel is mainly made by the used cooking oil, namely UCO. Due to the increasing demand for biodiesel in Europe, I think the production of UCO grows steadily every year, and a large portion of the China domestic UCO has been exported to Europe. As you can see, in 2021, the export volume of UCO was over 1 million tons, and the export volume of biodiesels was about 300,000 tons, which is a very dramatic increase compared to 2018. However, the use of biodiesel as marine fuel in China is facing challenges. I think the first challenge is the supply of the biodiesel to transport sector, including the shipping, is very, very limited. Due to the most of the feedstock, namely the UCO, is used to make industry chemicals, feed, and fertilizers. Even if the supply of biodiesel is very, very limited, most of them goes to the aviation sector. I think that's quite similar to that in Europe. At the same time, most diesel engine makers in China restrict the use of high proportion blended biodiesels for the existing engines due to the need to adjust engine components and change the maintenance interval. In addition, biodiesel is prone to oxidation, so antioxidant measures need to be made for the transportation and storage of biodiesels. In view of the above, application of biodiesel in China for the seagoing ships is very, very limited. So I call that it still at the pilot stage. As you can see, there are two examples of ocean-going ships using biodiesels in China. The first one is that the shipping giant in China, COSCO Shipping, in last year, they trialed the use of second generation biodiesel blended with 80% of the traditional very low sulfur fuel oil on its 4,000 TEU container ship. And in the last September, another institute, which we call the China Shipping Building Power Research Institute, successfully carried out the pure biodiesel test on the large and low speed prototype engine. And the result shows that the biodiesel is quite compatible with the existing engines. So compared to the biodiesel, the biomethanol in China is drawing attention and also showing potential to the shipping industry with the increasing investment for the methanol fuel ships by shipping giants such as Maersk, COSCO Shipping, and CMA CGM. According to the Clarkson report, the number of methanol fueled vessels in order book this year has hit to 68 as of the end of this March. The huge gap between the demand and supply of green methanol also brings the huge opportunities, I think, to the green methanol production in China. So the announced production capacity is expected to reach over 400,000 tons per year. So far, the Chinese suppliers have signed agreement with the Maersk Shipping to provide about 300,000 tons biomethanol in next year. This can be found on the internet. Now, let's further compare the biomethanol with biodiesel from different dimensions. From the feedstock availability side, so far, the main feedstock for biodiesel, as I said before, are the palm oil, soybean oil, and used cooking oil. Most of them are from food and feed crops. Using cooking oil is widely used, but as I said before, the feedstock supply is very, very limited. As for the third generation of biodiesel, which is made of the microbial algae, is promising, but the technology is yet mature. While for the biomethanol, the feedstock is relatively more extensive, which may include the forestry and agriculture waste, urban solid waste, black liquor in paper industry. In addition, the sustainability of the biomethanol is higher than that for the biodiesel in terms of the life cycle GHG emission. Okay, from the production, biodiesel is mainly made by using acid hydrolyzed transesterification. Normally have complex process and high alcohol consumption. In addition, the generated waste acid and alkaline solution are prone to create equipment and pollute the environment. Where for biomethanol, as early as in 1323, the BASF company in Germany built the world's first high-pressure methanol synthesis plant. Currently, the ICI low-pressure process is commonly used. In this regard, we can see that the production process of biomethanol is more mature and simpler, and also is more environmentally friendly. For the end user of biofuel, I think economy is an important factor to be considered. Last year, the price of China exported UCO hit $1,500 per ton, but this year, the price dropped by about 12% to about 1,200 euro per ton, which is equivalent to about 3 cents per megajoule. At present, we see in lots of reports, the price of biomethanol is about $1,000 per ton. But in China, we estimate that the price of biomethanol may be lower and expected to be around 680 euro per ton, which is equivalent to 3.5 cents per megajoule. Therefore, for the time being, the biodiesel has a slight edge over biomethanol, but with the scaling up of production, the price of biomethanol may be reduced to be lower than that for biodiesel in terms of equivalent heat value. While the IMO has yet to finalize regulations for life cycle accounting of GHG emission from the range of current and expected marine fuels, we note that in EU, in Europe, and in China, the life cycle GHG emission database has been established. Using the data provided by the Maritime Research Institute, Netherlands, the biodiesel made by used cooking oil has slight over GHG emission, but the vegetable oil-based biodiesel has higher GHG emission than the biomethanol, as you can see from here. Yes. Now here we comes to the brief summary. Both Europe and China encourage the use of biofuels to achieve the decarbonization goals, and they are facing a similar challenge. I think the challenges are very, very similar, including the high cost, the limited availability, and lack of international and cross-industry regulations, standards on the sustainability criteria. And second one is that from the sustainability perspective, for all biofuels, including biodiesels, biomethanols, I think the transition towards more advanced feedstock is on the way. And the third one, I think that also seen as a viable option for shipping, use of biodiesel on board domestic ships in China is very, very limited. So overall, I think from my perspective, I think the biomethanol as one of the advanced biofuels shows more potential and has edge over biodiesel in China in terms of marine applicability. Okay, looking ahead, biomethanol combined with e-methanol, which is produced by using renewable electricity plus bio-origin CO2, may play a very, very important role in the future marine fuel market. In particular, with the scaling up of the renewable electricity in China, I think the price of the green electricity may further go down. And then they will reduce to a level that can be compatible with the methanol from the traditional production. As you can see from here, the price in China, the price for the methanol made by the coal and also a project called the liquid solar. The methanol is made by the green electricity and combined with the bio CO2. So to ensure the adoption of biofuels, I think regulations may need to be put in place to bridge the price gap between it and the conventional biofuels. Okay, I think that's all of my presentation. Thank you for your attention. Obrigado. Thank you.
Captain Isaac, it's your turn.
Ora, bom dia, minhas senhoras e meus senhores. Senhor diretor, obrigado por nos ter convidado. Now I'm starting with the English. When I knew that I had to make a presentation in English, I quit. I signed my resignation. But as you know, in Portugal, resignation cards are not allowed. So anyway, we are here because as we saw in the presentations, we need energy to produce power for propulsion of our ships. And the problem is what fuel we are going to use to best environment supply in our world. As you know, I work in a Portuguese ownership is in a pool working for best way of propulsion our ships and a cheaper way and a friend to the environment. My presentation will, I have to come here, sorry. Will be in these topics: diesel electric propulsion. Our manager projector Technovarities is developing the NR motion for our way of propulsion. We need certification And of course, the worst that hurts is the price of now that we have to pay for the CO2. So we need to check and to find the best solution. We have a way of propulsion with electrical diesel to promote power to the propulsion of the ship. Those generators can produce energy to batteries, and after we can, while we are in harbor, we can make a short connection to have power from the harbor to supply all the necessities of the energy. We also have this new development propulsion that is a mixed hybrid with batteries, electrical diesel generator, and propulsion to our ship. This is not. This is what we are promoting, and with the Technoveritas, and we need to find the best blending for the engines. We can have biofuel blended with HEFO low sulfur. But we have a problem with the MEPC, because the guidance needs to be, the blending should be made onshore. And this new project, we can make the blend on board. We ask, I can take profit this time to ask for the next MEPC to check if it's possible to, with the participation of these studies, to change this guidance in order to allow the blending on board and not in the tanks onshore. That's what we need to provide, because if we need the bankers must be approved global for all the world, not for this pilot project that is supported by the Portuguese flag, while we are testing. So we need some support from the IMO environment for these tests. The MAC, that is the manufacturer of our engines, they have no objections for us to use this kind of fuel, and no matter with other mixtures. But we need more tests. We are working with the society classifications to get more studies, and we are improving this kind of biodiesel. They say our product manager, that the blending can be fit onshore, and it can and it shoots with the ISO classification. We can incorporate about 50% of the biofuel in this blend, and if it is expected to decrease the consumption. They say that with biofuel we can reduce the quantity of fuel that we consume. It is expected a reduction of also in the emissions of NOs and COs emissions. So that is a pilot project, but we are still working. What is the problem with the biofuels? They must be approved by our Portuguese authority. They must be approved by the class because we need their approval to use on board our ships. The use of biofuels can be a way to comply with the new regulations, but we need some amendments to the MEPC. We need the good biofuels are produced from renewable feedstocks. That it's not produced directly. It's recycled biofuel. In the EU, biomass streams come mainly from agriculture and forestry. This is a problem because if we go to the agriculture, get energy, we can starve in a short term. Nowadays, the production of biofuel is primarily based on biomass. However, this source is limited. Biomass from waste, such as forestry residues, are more seen as a sustainable option, and converting those types of biomass streams in biomass requires more advanced processes that they are improving and getting the more power. The ownerships they face now the costs of the CO2 emissions. Nowadays is about 80 euros per ton we produced, and maybe till 2030 the costs will rise much more. We have to check the fuel blend if it complies with ISO. The acceptable intervals are met for different grades of marine fuel oil, and the quality of ignition is improved. The engine they have to make retrofit to get the carbonization of these kinds of fuel. It is an expected decrease in specific oil consumption, and the lower kinematic viscosity. This is technical files and data that are in our studies. It is expected, as I said, to reduce the NO2s and the CO2 emissions with this kind of fuel. Okay, what we as owner must account. The prices of a license of CO2 are increasing. The price of biofuel is still high. The price of fuel, low sulfur, it's much lower, and we have to make the matriz. We have to make the blending. What kind of blending in order to short the cuts in order to have better operation. The price of retrofit of the to include on board is about 340,000 euros. We need in fact to introduce the possibility to make the blend on board in order to choose which quantity of biofuel we have to introduce in order to get the best price. As we said before, the future is not to use only one kind of energy. We need to produce ships with several ways of energy, like the wind, like sun power, electro diesel, and any kind of fuel that could be sustainable. This is the way the ownerships must study their problem to produce energy and to get power for their ships. The final remarks. One is the best way or the focal point the ownership has to find is if they can be supplied by the fuel they need. The new era is arising. We have to find the best fuel to use, and the best fuel is the fuel that is supplied in the harbors we use to work. We need the certification of the emulsion to start for the other ships, and to find the best ratio between the biofuel, fuel, and emissions has to be updated every time. We hope that this initiative will bring knowledge and partnership and common understanding from your part. As we see, there is a lot of solutions for fuel, but the question is which one we have to use. Maybe we have to need poly fuels or Polish systems to produce energy on board our ships. Thank you very much. Sorry about my English.
Thank you very much, Captain Maesef. Okay, this finishes our first round of presentations. What I was proposing, I'll have a short question for each one of our experts, and then I'll pass the discussion to the floor. And I start by recalling the so-called golden rule that says who has the gold makes the rules. And who has the gold in basic in shipping is the big operators. And you have seen that they have all bet on methanol. You have seen MSC, you have seen all the ships that have been ordered recently by Maersk, by CMA, CGM, they're all betting on methanol. So you cannot hide the fact that methanol is going to be an important element, and this is why you talked about biofuel. But my first question is to Emmanuel Proença, and actually it's a two-part question. The first part is if you are looking at all at biomethanol. And number two, who are you working with in terms of research here in Portugal?
Okay, so first answer is yes, easily yes. So we have looked at biomethanol and at e-methanol, and we have efforts of development in both fronts. And we believe tremendously that these will be part of the solution going forwards. They will take a few years though, okay? It will take a few years to scale up industrial capacity. It will take a few years to fully stabilize technology and to fully allow for a large scale deployment. So we are still in the announcement stage and in the very first demonstration stage with biomethanol and e-methanol. They are both methanols and they are both green fuels. Okay, so and this is relevant because I saw in the introductory material that there is, as Commandant said, and by the way, I'm glad that your resignation letter was not accepted. It's that there is a set of solutions, and there is. Truth is that you don't need to fully bet on one.
Right.
You need to bet on a few of them, and you need to understand that many of them are actually additional. You can add up some few of them. And in green fuels, that is very clear. So you can add up biodiesel and then HVO and then an e-fuel. And if you add the three of them, you will go through a journey of decarbonization. And the goal in 2025 is not to be 100% decarbonized, it's to be slightly decarbonized. So you will have the first targets, the first mandates, the first demands and the first costs associated to not complying. So you'll need to find the first solution so as to do the first steps towards decarbonizing. And what we're seeing with eco-bunkers and with some of the exercises we're doing with a set of companies and a set of technology partners is that this is a journey. And we can do today a demonstration project with 100% green fuels, but it will be a demonstration project. It will be very short-sighted and very short scale, okay? So it's interesting, potentially interesting to do that, but it's more interesting even to do the first steps in a path that is more sustainable and that will allow you to go through this journey over the coming 10 years. And when we look at e-methanol and biomethanol, we look at the journey and we look at what we can deliver and provide to our clients and our partners over the coming years. When we look at the other green fuels, we're looking at what we can provide today and what we are providing today and what we can provide in addition to what we do today over the coming 3, 4, and 5 years, okay? So in eco-bunkers, we start with a B50. It's basically a mixture of 15% biodiesel, as Sean rightly presented. You can do it in a variety of ways and with a variety of CO2 implications. And that is a degree of complexity that one needs to master, and that is quite interesting for those who are eager to know more about this. But we start with 15% of that. And we start with 15% of that because we understand that it's just more than enough to start your pathway in decarbonizing. But with some of our clients and partners with whom we started earlier, we are already moving to B30. So we have eco-bunkers. We went to B20 and then to B30. We also demonstrated B100, but we believe that it's more interesting to go to B15 and then to B30 and then to start adding up HVO or an e-fuel afterwards. With this approach, you can adapt operation, you can adapt all of your execution, you can deliver on the targets that are needed, and you can also move around the issues that exist when you look at one single solution. Because as was said, if you look at biodiesel only, you can produce it from palm oil, but you will have CO2 that is fallible, to say the least. And you will have potential legal implications going forwards because there are a set of pressures against the use of palm oil in this industry. You can also start with soy or use cooking oil or other advanced feedstocks. But this will not deliver the whole solution for you and for the whole industry. So you need to start with this and be able to add up other things that come from other feedstocks that are not limited or less limited than those. Okay. So we see this as a pathway, as a journey, and a very interesting pathway and a very interesting journey. Answering your second question, we've worked mostly with Portuguese partners, and some of them are very, very good at what they're doing, and they're international standards. We worked extensive with APL. We worked extensively with Tecnoveritas that was mentioned. We work extensively with a set of other partners in the industry on the technology, on the validation with ASCC internationally and some few others, but also with more and more with the clients and the final users. And that's where we see the most interesting work being done. The example of Commandant Maia Seco is a brilliant example of how you can look at the challenge you have over the coming years, how you can look at what you have today, and how you can optimize the two things so as to avoid excess capital expenditure in something that is not fully proved yet, and so as to take advantage of the solutions that you have at hand moving fast.
Very good. Thank you very much. You're working with Mutualista, I understand. Are you also working with other Portuguese shipping companies?
Yeah.
You are?
Yes, but also into international players. It was announced that we started work with Norwegian Cruise Lines, one of the cruise operators that are most well known internationally. With them, we did B15, B20, and then B30, and now we are in B30, and it's working out very, very well. Let me tell you, we started working in bunkers, not in green bunkers, but in bunkers. actually 4 years ago. And we started working in bunkers and in green bunkers at the same time. Okay. So we understood that the specialty that we had in green fuels added something to this sector, and it's working out very well. And it's being recognized actually way more than we expected, to be honest, internationally. So this experience with Norwegian was amazing and very well accepted internationally in the specialty media and also in the specialty sector. We also did work with World Fuel Services, and we are doing work with World Fuel Services, one of the largest global fuels providers for this sector and for the aviation sector globally, and with other ship owners like Petrogas, for example, and a few others. We have been approached by Singaporean, Finnish, and Dutch experts and actors in the sector. And this, for a company that is based in Aveiro and is only 15 years old, is a matter of pride, but also a matter of showing that if we can move fast in tackling the challenge, there are tremendous opportunities for all of us.
Excellent. When you're ready to bunker in Sines, talk to me, okay?
We're ready.
Are
We
you
can do
ready?
it tomorrow.
Talk to me. Mr. Shoei, I saw in your presentation, I think I read a number of 800,000 tons of biomethanol as a goal. And it strikes me that is less than 0.5% of what's consuming in ships. What do you think is a reasonable target in terms of the growth of biofuels for maritime application?
Thank you. It's a very good question. I think there are many reasons, but the first one, I think supply is the crucial reason, because the supply is very, very limited, as you can see from my presentation. The second one, that biofuels is favored by the hard abate industry, for example, the aviation industry. So in China, the very, very limited supply of biofuels goes to the aviation industry first, and then the very, very limited remained for the shipping industry. And third one, I think that the lack of experience in the maritime industry. In China, as you can see, only two companies, one company and another is the institute, carry out the trials of use of biodiesels for ships. So I think for the shipping industry, they are very there is a huge lack of experience. I think that's the reason.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Okay. For Captain Meister, I have a more of a commercial questions, because one of the rationales that I see for the big maritime operators to bet on methanol, which is represents a higher construction cost, it represents a higher operating cost, is the fact that more and more customers, shippers, pay attention to the so-called scope 3 emissions, and they start being ready to pay a premium for the fact of using ships that are carbon neutral. Do you have any feeling if that will at one point become a factor in the operation of Mutualista?
Of course, costs is the aiming thing to reduce for an ownership.
Right.
And if we find the bio fuel cheaper and we can trust, and with certification, and the most important, if they are supplied on the scales we use our ships, of course we agree, and we are not. It's common sense to get better environment and find the better way.
Of course. Thank you very much. We still have about 10 minutes, and I would like to challenge the floor to ask any questions or vent any frustrations or whatever. Oh, we have already two candidates. Who is more frustrated of the two? José Bensky. I need the microphone, right?
Hello, everybody. My name is George from Techno Veritas. A very important fact here, and especially because there are classification societies and other bodies, and regarding the biofuels, is the certification of the emissions of the biofuel. This is absolutely required because the market is full of biofuels, and what we are trying to do with Mutualista Soriana is based on the quality and on the existence of certificate of origin for the B100 by PRIO. So it is absolutely important for the flag authorities and for the ship owner to know exactly which is the emission factor. So how many grams of CO2 per kilogram or gram of product it is emitted. So this is something that should be discussed at the highest level, and DGRM is very much aware of this question, because ship owners need to prove that by doing such implementation of an inline blending, they need to prove to the authorities that they really decrease the CO2 emissions. This is the main alert. One other point that I would like to stress on this panel is that the best fuel for a ship is the fuel that is around the geographical area where the ship is operating. There is a big lack of ammonia, big lack of methanol. So we should be careful as Portuguese that what we may have is biodiesel, diesel, and also hydrogen. This is what is abundant in our geographical area. And Maya Seco, thank you very much for your help. It was very nice. Big effort.
Thank you,
Thank you
George.
very
Thank
much.
you, George. For those who don't know, Technovarities is a remarkable research, basically a research center and innovation company. Zach.
Thank you. Just a couple notes. The first note is to Captain Mayaseco. We are going to send to the MEPC 80 next July two infos, two papers. One is related with a new emission control area near of the mainland coastal. And the second one is related with your project. We are going to ask HIMO to prepare to allow more than 30% for the blending. Now we have a limitation of 30%. We need to increase at least to 50%, which is the right target to have the right decreasing emissions, achieve target. We believe we are going to receive an okay from IMO because other countries, including China, Korea, and so on, they are asking for the same thing.
Yeah, that's good news. Anybody else who would like to raise a question? Don't be shy. Well, there's a thought. I mean, I am somewhat optimistic by nature, but when you're talking about the additional costs of this change to green shipping and so on, I always remind myself of what happened the last 3 or 4 years, where the freight rates increased in sometimes 1,000%. For quite a period of time, they were 400% increase, between 400% and 1,000% increase, and the shippers were fighting each other to get spots in the ship. So that shows that the market really can very easily absorb an additional cost that will be essentially through the freight rate, and we just have to make sure that everybody somehow plays in the same field. If the rules are properly applied, I'm quite optimistic that we should be able to reach the goals that are very ambitious goals, the goals of GHG emission reduction, with a cost that the market can pay for it. Remarkably, we are ahead of time. Nobody else wants to ask a question? Okay, we have an answer for the question.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
I
ju-
just wanted to bring up a point before we close, and since we have already time, this is mainly towards Captain Mayaseko, I'd say, because I didn't get the real emissions reductions gains that we would have with this. And my concern is, and I'm sorry, I didn't introduce myself. I'm Carolina, and I'm from environmental NGO called Zero here in Portugal. So my main concern with biofuels in general, I would say, is it really valuable to make the investments now in biofuels, knowing all the constraints that we have with maybe food security, price constraints due to the carbon price as well? Why are we not looking now towards investing more in green renewable fuels of non-biological origin? Because we know that in the long term, that's the way that we need to go, right? And you have mentioned before that it takes a long time to perfect and to make these fuels available at scale. So why not start now? That is my main question. It's mainly towards Captain Mayaseko, but obviously everybody else can try to answer.
Thank you very much. Excellent question, Captain.
Thank you for your question. As I showed, the value to develop the technology of Technovarities, it was about 340,000 euros. Our licenses of CO2 for one of our ships costs per year about 1 million euros per year. If we do nothing, we still burn heavy fuel. We have to pay this quantity. If we reduced for biodiesel made with recycled biomass, this could reduce a lot. I don't know the costs, but as I said, if we can get 50% of the burning with biofuel, and the costs of CO2 emissions are get lower, maybe this investment can be a profit for us and for the environment.
Carolina, right? Okay, can I add to the answer? And thank you for the question, because I think it's always very good to have an environmental agency asking the questions and making us at least nervous about trying to provide the best possible answer. It allows society to move further and faster. So I actually have three parts of the answer, and I'm sorry for that. So the first one is that I have engaged and we have engaged with other counterparties at Zero, and the efforts, when positive, is amazing. And on certification of origin, which was one of the first interventions, there was an effort actually we did with Zero, so as to ensure that also environmentalists understand the full ecological value of some of these solutions that we're working with. So on renewable fuels of non-biological origin, which is a big buzzword that will come out in European legislation, in the end, they are green fuels, right? Biomethanol and e-methanol is a renewable fuel of non-biological origin, right? And some of the other e-fuels and synfuels are renewable fuels of non-biological origin. And a few others of those that we are talking about are going in that direction. And clearly, there is efforts to be done, and there is efforts to be accelerated so as to bring some of these solutions to technology readiness and industrial scale, so as to deliver on what society is asking all of us to do. But then, renewable fuels of non-biological origin are not a panacea and are not the only solution. So if we focus 100% the efforts on those, first thing, we will not have the solutions at scale and on speed. And the second thing, we will not be taking advantage of wastes. We will not be doing enough of circular economy. So some of these biofuels that we're talking about and that were referred are made out of used cooking oil. And you will know from the effort with Zero that many of the other wastes that society at large produces today, which are not used cooking oil, but are waste oils, advanced feedstocks, but also CSRs from municipal waste and also forest waste are sources of energy that are very dense and are not being used today. We are dumping them into wastelands, or we are burning them in furnaces with resource to incinerators, to incineradores. Okay, so we need to take advantage of those. We need to further circular them, and we need to use them so as to displace fossils. So the first goal of society and the first goal of the economy needs to be to replace and to displace fossils. And on one of the points that I was about to mention before, some of the solutions that this industry is still talking about are LPG and LNG, right? Mm-hmm. So we are not. You're talking about the fourth step, and these industries still talking about the first step. LPG and LNG are fossil, and we need to talk, and we need to say that very clearly. Natural gas has nothing of natural or of bio or of whatever. It's fossil. Okay, so putting efforts into LPG and LNG, and I'm very comfortable because we sell LPG, so so very, very, very comfortable. Putting efforts in developing further LNG and LPG, it's just a waste of time. Okay, if you work on LNG so as to go to biomethane, for example, or e-methane, maybe you have something there. Okay, but it's biomethane and e-methane. It's not natural gas. Okay, so there is plenty of effort to be done. There are plenty of steps to be done. We need to get renewable fuels of non-biological origin right, and we need to get them to scale. But we need to work circular economy. We need to work all of the other ways that are sources of energy that can displace fossils out of this industry and out of the other mobility industries.
Thank you. Very well said. I thank the three experts for your time, and I think you're entitled to a coffee break now, right? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you for the panelists. Yes, it's time for the coffee break. This will be served downstairs, right at near the entrance. And I take the opportunity to say that you can see on the screen the Wi-Fi and the Wi-Fi passwords, which you can use freely. We will resume at 11:45. Thank you. All right, everyone. We hope we had a good coffee break. Please take your seats. We will resume soon. Please take your seats. Okay, so we are going to start now the second panel of the workshop dedicated to electrical solutions. And on the stage, we have Mr. Ruben Aires, Mr. He Hao, Mr. Christopher Donovan, and Mr. Pedro Amaral Jorge. I will give the floor to Mr. Ruben Aires, who will moderate the panel. Thank you.
So, good morning to you all. So by the sound in the room, so there is intense networking going on. So, and also lively discussions. So first of all, Thank you very much for the GGRM for this invitation to be here, and also for the initiative of getting this conference done, because it's a very timely discussion, and also as we've been seen by early discussions, it's with cooperation that between all of us that we can now tackle the challenges that we have ahead, and also create new opportunities for sustainable development. So this panel that we're going to have now is about the electric solutions to shipping. So we have here a very distinctive panel of speakers, and that we have with us Mrs. How, that's great. So my Mandarin is getting better. From Eve Energy Storage, that she's going to explain what is their technology solution. Then we'll have the presentation of Mr. Christopher Donovan from Cavotec, that is also going to present its tech solution, and Mr. Pedro Amaral Jorge, the CEO of APREN, so the Renewable Energy Association in Portugal, is going to approach the marine renewable energies as also a source for this solution. So we're going to start. So ladies first. So Mrs. Yi Hao, please take the floor.
Hello. Thank you very much, Mr. Ayras, for your nice introduction, and a big thanks to the organization committee. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm deeply honored today to be here to share some information and ideas we have. My presentation will consist of the following 5 parts, and will be focused on battery power system technology for electrical ships and their application. So the green transformation of transport has becoming a common sense as we listened this morning. The need for renewable power system for waterway transport is an important part of it. So based on the goal of decarbonization and zero emission, the need to develop clean ship power system is becoming a trend in the industry. There are several clean technologies such as hydrogen, green methanol, and so on. The lithium-ion battery-based technologies are the one with a very mature technology readiness level and has zero emission. This solution presents the advantage of very low OPEX and high reliability comparing to the traditional solution, thanks to the battery system design and management system. In addition, battery solutions can be combined with other fuel technologies. For example, the hybrid system with oil or gas, an interesting way to solve the emission problem of ocean transport and port berthing of cargo ships. Also, pure battery systems have been widely applied for short distance operation, such as river cruises and ferries. The fuel cell plus battery solution promote a multi-clean energy power model and is being piloted globally. In the next section, I will provide a detailed description of the power system based on lithium-ion battery technologies. So here we show a system with different scales. So first, the battery cells will be connected in series to form a battery module. And in one module, usually we have the so-called BMS, the battery management system. And then the several battery modules will be connected in series to form a cluster. And finally, the system could consist of several battery clusters to achieve the designed energy. So as mentioned by many speakers this morning, a key performance indicator for the power system of an electrical ship is the safety. So which should guide the design from the battery cell to the module and up to the system. So for us, a special attention should be paid to control and the fire safety techniques. So now let us discuss those topics one by one. So we first start to consider the battery cell. Nowadays, the so-called NMC and LFP are the most widely used chemistries in lithium-ion batteries. It is very interesting also to note that in China, LFP cells are the battery of choice for almost all electrical boats, while in Europe, NMC cells are also used quite a bit. So now, what's the difference between those two chemistries? If we look at the crystal structure of both the LFP or the lithium iron phosphates, present an olivine structure, and the NMC present a layered structure. So this difference gives a difference in the thermal properties of those two battery technologies. That means the NMC batteries usually have a lower thermal runaway temperature. That means it's more active for high temperature, and therefore the safety is lower compared to the lithium iron phosphate. So if we now look at the performance radar diagram here, we can see that the LFP have a better lifetime and safety, but present a lower specific energy. However, the NMC battery have a very good specific energy, but the safety is a bit lower comparing to the lithium iron phosphate battery. So, but now scientists are trying to find a better solution. For example, by adding manganese to the lithium iron phosphate, the so-called LFMP chemistry is formed. So with this solution, the battery can have a higher energy density compared to the LFP, but still keep some safety advantage. In addition, the very hot solid-state battery cells is also a good candidate because with the combination of lithium metal anode, it will offer very high energy density. And if we can achieve really solid state electrolyte, the safety of these battery cells will be also excellent. So as a battery manufacturer, we work continually on the cell design and production to ensure firstly a high consistency, because in addition of the chemistry, the production quality also heavily influence the safety and the performance of the battery. And also we do our research in order to find better material which offer a high level performance and a longer lifetime of those batteries which we use for electrical ships. So the second layer will be the battery modules. For battery module, there are three key design elements. So firstly, safety measure, secondly, mechanical properties, and thirdly, the thermal management. Now I will address this our module designs with those 3 points. So the first one is the safety. So in our design, we have always a in-module fire safety and electrical safety equipment in the module. We also have a dual temperature sensors to control the system temperature and offer over temperature protection. Secondly, is the mechanical performance. So it's very important to choose a lightweight material to make the battery module, but still ensure the stability of the module. Because for a ship, you will tilt a lot, and during the shipping, you can have a lot of vibrations. So we suggest to use very high strength aluminum alloy to achieve those two important performance. So the third performance, as I say, is the temperature management capability. This one will determine the consistency and lifetime of your battery system. So as you can see here, there are typically two solutions we offer to the electrical ships. The first one is with natural cooling, and the second one with liquid cooling. So we think that if the power system will go with the high power, the liquid cooling technology will be best candidate. So first, with this thermal management solution, we have a very high efficiency, and it can keep battery cells at the optimal temperature to slow down the aging of the cells. That means you have a longer work life. And it can also control the cells temperature difference in the system. That means you will have a uniform system that can last longer. And finally, when we make a good thermal management using liquid cooling, if we find an over temperature risk, we can control the system temperature to stop any risk of thermal runaway. Okay, so a wide range of our module have been already certified by CCS, and for different projects, we will do a CFD simulation and real-world testing in order to find the best way of thermal management solution. And when we go to the upper level, we would like to introduce our recently developed E-ship battery container. This is in a form of a standard 20-foot container and have a system level monitoring and safety equipment. So the key advantage of the container solution is that it allows battery swap and can be also charged using a standard charging infrastructure. For example, the same charging infrastructure than electrical vehicles. And energy in containers also can be flexibly chosen here. Okay. And last year, our container has been also certified by the CCS in China. I will end up then this part with a special slide to introduce fire safety measures, which are very important for electrical ships, we think. So we consider first that the prevention to be as important as fire safety issues. So therefore, to prevent fires, our modules have refractory materials, thermal runaway drainage guidelines, and double protection with over temperature monitoring and fuses. To detect and extinguish fire, we have installed multiple detectors in the system. And we also using A60 fire doors and have module level and system level extinguishing agents. Now we would like to present some examples of applications using our battery products. So our company EVE was the first Chinese manufacturer of lithium-ion battery to enter the marine sector. By last year, there were more than 330 installed units covering almost all scenario. And I'm very proud to say that we had zero safety issues with those ships. So in this slide, we show 3 typical application scenarios. The first one is tourist cruises in Nanjing City, which we initially powered by lead-acid batteries. Replacing them with EV's lithium-ion battery system provide 5 times longer service time than before and offers economic advantages to ship owners. So a second example is the 4,000 horsepower hardball tug at Lianyungang port. It is the first all-electrical hardball tug in China with 5 megawatt-hour energy. It has a capacity of 48 tons and saves about 300 tons fuels per year. And I think it's, according to a report, is equivalent to 900 tons GHG per year. So the third example is a bark carrier in the Yangtze River. It was powered by diesel generator before, but now it is replaced with 2 containers and it can travel 120 kilometers. So our company also provide products and solutions for ships in Europe. So the first one is the the first one is the Swedish passenger ship called Stena, which has 9 megawatt-hour energy and is DNV classified. The second one is the salmon farming vessel in Norway, and we supply already more than 70 systems. The last one is a recent project. It is an electrical tugboat in Spain, and it's the first overseas CCS classified electrical ship. We are very proud as its battery supplier. And we
1 minute, 2 more minutes, please.
Oh, sorry. We are also sorry. So maybe I go. So this is the hybrid project we are doing now, and it's being ABS certified right now. And so we look forward to always provide a reliable, safe, and innovative product to an increasing number of customers around the world. So the quality and innovation of our product are based on our strong R&D capacity. So our founder, Dr. Liu, has 39 years of experience in lithium battery, and we invest more than 8% of our annual revenue in the R&D. Okay, so the last slide to the end, we want to work with you to jointly drive the marine system sector into the green era. So we have 3 proposals here. So first, we believe that international cooperation is essential to promote regulations and standards related to electrical ships. Second, in order to accelerate the development of the industry, we think different business models should be explored to give more possibilities to the electrical ships. And finally, we think that shore power facilities are crucial for electrical ships, so their safety and standardization should also be improved worldwide. So I thank you all very much for your attention, and I hope that you will have a fruitful workshop. Thanks.
Thank you. Excellent presentation when we saw a work in practice of a solution that is being deployed in the market in several contexts, and energy is context. And here we saw how a technology and the battery technology can ensure energy security, autonomy, also the energy diversification, but it can use several sources of energy, and how it can adapt to several types of vessels, and also with a modular solution like the container approach. And so very much food for thought for immediate action. So let's see another solution, this time by Christopher Donovan. Please take the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So, firstly, I'm not used to actually doing a presentation behind a lectern, so you have to excuse me if I walk around occasionally and you shout at me, back to the lectern, please. I'd like to start my presentation this afternoon with a thought. Normally you start a presentation with the presentation and you end with a thought, but I think I'll start with a thought, reflecting perhaps on the presentations that I've seen earlier. So my background is actually not shipping. I came into Cavotec and into shipping 4 years ago now. I actually have an automotive background. And my automotive background has made me, or has allowed me to travel all around Europe, and I've worked pretty much everywhere. And I've been a long distance commuter. Now, when I started my long distance commuting, I used to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning, get in the car, diesel car, start the engine, get onto the highway, or rather the ring road, get onto the motorway, drive around another ring road in another country, get to the office. These days, things are a bit different. So I get into my car, which is a hybrid vehicle. It's actually a plug-in hybrid, and it allows me to leave home without waking the children. So that's good news. I get onto the dual carriageway in Modena, where I live, and then when I get onto the motorway, switch to petrol engine. I run on a petrol engine to Milan when I'm going to the office, and when I get to Milan, switch to electric, drive to the office, and then charge. That's my thought. Now, what I'm going to do is, because I'm on a time limit here, I'll get the sales bit out of the way, tell you a little bit about Cavotec. Actually, what I'm going to give you is a sales sandwich, so I'll tell you a bit about Cavotec at the end as well. So what is Cavotec? Well, Cavotec is a shore power supplier. We are a historical business. We've been around for many, many years, I think 40 plus years, makes us middle-aged. We are a Swedish-Swiss company based across 20 countries. We believe in being close to our customer. And we have a turnover around 200 million euros. Having said that, the key data here is that we have 24,000 installations worldwide. That means shore power isn't new. It's something that we've been doing for many, many years. And we have been operating on vessels, been operating in the ports, and we also support the ports with their equipment, because as you will see later on in the presentation, the emissions and the electrification opportunity is not just on the vessel and the ports, and also it's all about, well, it's also about the port equipment. So we look at decarbonisation and emissions reductions from two product perspectives. The first is something called MoreMaster, and the other is shore power. Now, I'm here primarily to talk to you about shore power, but I do want to spend a few words about MoreMaster. So we have an automated mooring system. Now, the benefits of that, let's think about it. Safety, that's always key, but we're here talking today about emissions. And we find that companies operating ships are concerned about the cost and emissions, the cost of emissions, and maneuvering during mooring is one of the critical moments from the point of view of emissions and using the engine of a ship. We find that vacuum mooring is surprisingly popular in container shipping, and it is very popular with RoPax and RoRo ferries. Now, the reason for that on both applications is because of reduced maneuvering. But if you look at RoPax and RoRo, it's all about operational efficiency because it's about the turnaround time. So if we look at MoreMaster, we have seen 24,000 tons of CO2 being saved in a year in Helsinki and Tallinn on a RoPax operation. That's on 18 calls. And we say here that they've saved 7 on the mooring and 5 on the release in terms of minutes. In reality, the saving is a lot greater than that. And if you look at a container vessel, releasing a container vessel can take up to an hour on occasions. With MoorMaster, it's done in an instant, just a few moments. And it is, as I said, part of our decarbonizing, our CO2, our emissions reduction product portfolio. Having said that, what we're about here today is shore power. Now, why is shore power important? Well, I've spoken already to a couple of people today who live in cities where there are ports. Now, obviously shore power, you could say it's only as clean as the power that you're using to power those ships. However, one of the key problems with ports in cities is noise and vibration. So this isn't only about emissions, this is about nuisance. We find that the cruise operators particularly are facing significant pressure from stakeholders to reduce their nuisance factor. Look at Venice, for example. Venice, we read a lot about the nuisance factor of cruise ships and the emissions and the noise. Similarly, there is another motivation, which is existing in future regulations. Europe is very interesting. We had again, during the coffee break, seems I spoke quite a lot, had a conversation with someone. Europe is it's very much a legislation-led process here. The European Union is mandating the use of shore power. And so there is a mix here of residential pressure, stakeholder pressure, and legislation. And then, of course, there's finance as well, the cost of fuel. Our target, all of us, is zero emissions. Now, I've already said that Europe is about legislation, but in reality, we're also seeing around the world other drivers. Cavotec, as I said, has been around for 40 years. Why has it been around for 40 years? Well, it's not just about legislation, but it's about also social pressures, stakeholder pressure. And we've seen that particularly in Los Angeles, on the West Coast in the US. And we see that also in China, in Shanghai. So we are seeing the obligation that ships using the West Coast already, since quite a while, have had to have a certain amount of shore power capability. And we are seeing in Europe now legislation, which we'll talk about later on today, if I read the agenda correctly. And then we're seeing also China pushing as well in certain ports. So it's not only about our desire for a cleaner world, but it's also now about finance, and it's about environmental and social pressure. Now, I've got to be honest here. This is one of those slides that my marketing team threw into the presentation. It's really good. Now, I hope this isn't being recorded for YouTube, because otherwise they'll find out I've spoken badly about them. But actually, what I'm wanted to talk about here was not actually the 84% reduction of DPM and 52% reduction of NOx. Actually, that to me is a slide about opportunity. Now, I'm not talking about financial opportunity. I'm talking about opportunity for further reductions. Because if we look at this, it's ocean-going vessels are still accounting for 46% of emissions, thereabouts, of NOx. Harborcraft. What actually I find interesting here is the harborcraft. We saw earlier in the earlier presentation just now, the opportunity for battery packs on harbor vessels. It's about cargo handling equipment. Look at the opportunity there for a reduction. It's the heavy duty vehicles. So yes, marketing team, good job, excellent reduction, but look at that as an opportunity.
Two more minutes.
Really? Gosh. Okay. Well, I'll go much faster then. So Malta, we might have to actually forget the sales spiel then. And it's almost as if I did it on purpose. So what I want to talk about here is Malta. So Malta is a European Union funded opportunity, or it's not an opportunity, it's a project where they were seeking to reduce emissions by 90%. And they had that noise problem that I mentioned earlier. And what we have is 5 cruise ship berths. And the comment from Malta was, shore power, yeah, great. But the most important thing is the cable management system, because that's the only bit that the customer sees. So what Cavotec have provided is a very good looking cable management system, movable, flexible, and we already have multiples of these all around the world. But it's not just about that product. And it's not just about cruise ships. It's about container vessels, navy, ferry, and so on. And we can connect shore power to ships in less than 1 minute. There are fixed and mobile solutions. Very quickly, I'll just take a minute to talk about this. What we've seen is, and please excuse the expression, the Mexican standoff, where we've seen shipping companies saying, well, we'll put shore power in when the ports are capable. And we've seen the ports saying, we'll put shore power in when the ships are capable. What we've now seen is that the shipping companies actually in the last year or so have really got to get their act together on retrofit and on new builds. And we're now seeing significant drive also from the shipping companies. And then finally, I'm just going to have to miss this bit probably, it's the Cavotec sales spiel. So we do so much more than Moormaster and shore power, or rather we do shore power, but there's so many different variations. And I'll be happy to talk to any of you about that later on today. Finally, work with Cavotec. We've been here for 40 years. We've got multiple projects. And if there's anything we can do in terms of helping you, developing specifications or so on, we'll always be there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for the excellent presentation, where we saw that onshore power solution is now not only in a PowerPoint, it's something that already also works. So there is no lack of solution being deployed in the market. They're working. So what also we need is also some, risk-taking mindset for being pioneers in, building new solutions that bring profit, that are profitable, but also meet the targets of decarbonization and of greening, in this case, blueing the business of shipping. Now we're talking about energy, about marine renewable energies and how they can be, a source for the vessel that and also the technology. Please, Pedro Amaral Jorge, take the floor.
Well, thank you very much. Good morning to you all. And thanks for the invitation to the Carl Simon to be here today. I'm not a shipping expert, so any imprecision that might be here, I'm just going to share with you the vision of what is this new energy transition and how this will affect in terms of business models and opportunities also for shipping and for ports. So you know that REPowerEU, I'm going to stick here, otherwise I'm not going to see. REPowerEU has just been developed and we have to incorporate renewable energy sources on 45% on final energy consumption. We came a long way from the emissions reduction targets. And finally, with Fit for 55, we were able, we were able to achieve a consensus between the Parliament, the Commission, that we need to reduce 55% emissions compared to 1990. Now, this has a part of the energy needs to come from using the ocean. And we have several technologies, but the one that is more advanced today, it's really offshore wind. So in terms of targets, by 2030, the EU expects that we move from 190 gigawatts that we have today until 510. This is almost a threefold increase. In terms of offshore wind, in 2021, we had 14.6 gigawatts, but we need to increase it by 25 times until 2030. And we have a vast potential of 5 sea basins in Europe. The installed capacity that we need for 2030, it will be 60 gigawatt for offshore wind, floating and bottom fixed. And we're going to need 1 gigawatt of ocean energy, and that can come from PV hybridization, it can come from waves, it can come from other sources. But when we look at 2050, and this is the target to get carbon neutral, we need at least 300 gigawatts of offshore wind, again, floating and bottom fixed, but we also need 40 gigawatt of ocean wind energy. And the EU is looking at the 5 basic or most important sea basins: Atlantic, Arctic Oceans, the Baltic, the North Sea, and the Mediterranean, and also the Black Sea, to actually deploy this massive energy. Now, we have a lot of hurdles and challenges: licensing and permitting, value chain. And so what I'm going to try and share here with you is the main ones that have been actually from a policy position trying to be overcome. The first is that renewable generating centers need to override public interest. And that's the big message. The other one is that license and permitting, whatever in land or at sea, need to be simplified, and they need to have a shorter timeline. Otherwise, the targets that we are putting to achieve carbon neutrality will not be in our reach. We also have this industry strategy and oceanic renewable energies, which actually is going to create a new industrial sector. So either if it's bottom fixed or if it's floating, we're going to have a new industry in all the full value chain, from ports to ships to vessels. I will show that in a minute. And also for equipment, for civil construction, a lot of things are going to be, let's say, suffer a revolution regarding this. We also need actually in Portugal to deploy or at least award 10 gigawatt of offshore wind, which will be 90% floating and 10% probably bottom fixed by 2030. This is a big challenge for us, but this is being a challenge announced by the government, and we are all working in that direction. Of course, to simplify and to shorten the timeline, we are using a centralized approach where the areas under the responsibility of the GRM need to go through a set of constraints and then come up with the areas to actually accommodate the 10 gigawatt. And the state will assume the responsibilities to actually define the spacing area and also the territorial in terms of the grid as well. So we need development of the electricity grid onshore and offshore to support this increase in power. It's 10 gigawatt, and I remind you that we have today 22 gigawatts, 17 from renewable source, the remaining from fossil fuel. But we need to go into a target of more or less, I would say, I'm going to take a risk here, and it's my own responsibility. But I think until 32, 35, we're going to need 45 gigawatt of renewable power. We also need to develop the port infrastructures, and this is what I'm going to try to share with you some of the information we have available, and also establish the model for competing in terms of awarding the seabed and also the connection to the grid. Now, the industrialization challenge, this is a chicken and egg thing. So in order to reduce the levelized cost of electricity or the electricity cost productions, we need to increase scale. But in order to increase scale, we need targets. But in order to increase targets, we need bankability. And so we are running around this, which is how we are going to reduce the generation cost of producing electricity. And we are not doing it in a timeline, we are doing it in an economy of scale. So the thing is, when we reach around between 7 and 15 gigawatt all over the European Union of installed offshore wind, either, let's say, bottom fixed or floating, we will be in the line, and these are real prices, not nominal prices, will be on the line of the 50 euro per megawatt, which is lower than today average European markets, and for sure it's lower than the Iberian market. And of course, we have this cycle of what we need to do, but the first one is define the targets of what is the market size and what do we need to achieve. And offshore wind and oceanic, we will need also to deploy scale to actually get to this level of levelized cost of electricity. Now, ports that serve the offshore wind, they can diversify their support activities. And in terms of energy, they can actually incorporate manufacturing and assembly foundations for the floating devices, production of large-scale components such as blades and towers. They can actually support electrical infrastructure and build it as substations installation. We can also have, on terms of the location of the ports, in terms of the way that we are going to develop the areas to be approached, location is absolutely critical. And ports as a land-sea interface play a key role in local supply and logistics supporting the infrastructure. And this is all in the direction of reducing the cost of generating electricity from renewable sources, in this case, from oceanic renewable sources. And of course, the availability of vessels and the proximity of concession areas has an important impact on the O&M activities, and the O&M activities are a huge part of the levelized cost of electricity on offshore wind, not only CapEx and funding, but also O&M. And of course, we need to have the ability to provide an adequate infrastructure and service that create value across all of the value chain. So this is an opportunity, especially for Portugal, for a new economical cycle in terms of using the ocean economy. And due to the rapid growth of the wind sector, there is an opportunity and also a challenge for ports to adapt to their infrastructure. And investment decisions in terms of ports, either privately or publicly operated, must be based on the future energy perspectives, as we've been seeing here today. And of course, larger and heavier turbines will require more space, both at sea and inland at the ports, and this will generate the requirement for larger vessels and ships. Investment in offshore wind facilities could attract also other industries in the energy sector, as we've been discussing. It can attract hydrogen generation and storage. If you remember that slide of the levelized cost of electricity, if we are at 150 euros per megawatt hour, then generating green hydrogen from that cost of power is not economically effective. But if we are at 50, with emissions between 100 and 110 euros per ton, then green hydrogen becomes an energy solution that doesn't need any support 15 years from now. Also, battery storage, as we've seen on the previous presentations, we actually need to make sure that operations can be done with battery storage, chemical industries, and no less important, the data centers. This is a massive 24/7 energy consumption, and they need to get energy from renewable sources. Now, going on as a summary, what services can ports provide to this industry? Component manufacturing, foundations and floating devices production, assembly to final products. What I mean is towers and blades and rotors and nacelle, and all of this can be assembled at ports, so we need a lot of space. Installation of electricity generation devices, and also operation and maintenance services. I'm still on my time. So maintenance of wind farm usually carried from nearby ports using what we call service operation vessels. O&M activities can be classified, as you all know, and also this is not an exception for offshore wind generators. Small preventive and corrective, and heavy maintenance. This means replacement of equipment and all of that. O&M activities can be limited by weather conditions, especially in our coast. We are open North Atlantic with northwest winds, so we cannot get worse than this. And so we need also alternatives as helicopters when we need other types of operations, and they need to be also operated from ports. And of course, most floating platforms are repaired in ports from the floating offshore winds, and the floating turbines back to support the dry dock and the QA. So the rapid reaction ports, the home of operation of the maintenance vessels, they must be close enough to the wind farm so they can get access to it in 2 hours. So when we look at Portugal and our coast and the number of ports, we need to have a logistics and the planning for this. And they mainly offer the service such as crew transfer and minor maintenance. Carrying on with what service and ports can provide, the type of vessels required for the construction of wind farms are basically for inspection, for cable laying, for installing the wind turbines, the jack-up vessels, mobilizing of components, and also operational vessel services. Crew transfer for people, but the main challenges of the installations are mainly the assembly of the integrated infrastructure in water, and of course, the weather conditions with the distance to the coast limit and the installation of the wet towing. Now, what is the main constraint in terms of the offshore wind vessels, of the vessels to support this offshore industry? So basically, in some of the European ports, offshore wind energy is also already an important component of their business model and their development of their industry. Offshore wind energy uses jack-up vessels and roll-on and roll-off vessels to install and operate wind farms, and not less important, cables. Cables are one major challenge. So the offshore transmission grid is a major challenge for this energy transition using offshore wind and other oceanic renewables. More than 100 vessels today are currently used in Europe for installing offshore wind farms and cables, and another 300 are being used for maintenance and personal transport. However, and this is the eye-opener for us, this is the heads up, a much larger number will be needed for the future installations. If you look at the targets initially, we need 60 gigawatt of offshore wind by 2030 in all the European Union. So all of the shipping industry, if they don't develop and look at this as a business opportunity, this target might be at threat. I'm running out of power. Now, the International Energy Agency actually believes that Europe will have the requirement between 300 and 450 gigawatts of offshore wind by 2050. And this actually offers new business opportunities and a new economical cycle that can actually add value to the country GDP. And for Portugal, no doubt, this is a massive opportunity if you are able to actually grasp it. Am I pointing in the right? Oh, sorry. The expansion of offshore wind in Europe will depend, as I mentioned before, on the availability of vessels. And Wind Europe, which is the European Association for Wind, which we are a member of, reveals that the global shortage of specialized offshore wind vessels could pose at risk all of the targets that were announced initially. Now, finally, my last slide, and I'm in time, I still have 1 minute and 15 seconds, says my watch. There is a shortage of foundation installation vessels and wind turbine installation vessels as early as 2024 or 2025. The greatest demand for FIVs and WTIVs will be between 28 and 30, because this is the first cycle of the national energy and climate plans of all European member states. And this is what is going to get us that initial step and trend and momentum to reach the targets. And we are looking at, in terms of getting economies of scale in all of the value chain, we need to start looking at 20 megawatt turbines, because this will actually create the major economy of scale that we need to reduce our levelized cost of electricity. For cable laying vessels, and we always tend to forget them because they are underwater, the difference between supply and demand will be even greater in the coming years. And transmission grids to connect all of this offshore wind is also a major challenge in terms of the occupancy of the sea and the land under the ocean. And thank you for your time, 15 minutes. If you have any questions, please.
Thank you very much for a very comprehensive presentation. about, and again, the immense opportunities that we have, and especially here in Portugal, for the ocean renewable energies value chain, but also the challenges that we have to meet in terms of its logistics and also to make it happen. Especially in what it concerns the vessels fleet that are capable of doing these operations. And of course, if they can do it with green energy, that is even better. And they have to do it. There's no alternative. Very well. So we still have, I would say, 7 minutes to gain some questions, because also we are near our biofuel moment of for in lunch. So we have now a question. Please, yourself and throw in.
Thank you. My name is Giuseppe Zagaria from Marina Class. I have a question for Dr. E from Eve manufacturer. So, lithium battery are running around already for, for several years. And we all know how much is difficult for a ship owner to invest on such kind of battery because it may have some risk. China is basically on the front runner for new ideas. Last week, there was the Shanghai Automotive Exhibition. Every day, there is a manufacturer who proposed new kind of battery. So from your perspective, after the lithium-ion battery, who will be the next technology safe and why not cheaper? Thank you.
Please.
Okay, now it works. Thank you for the question. It's quite a hard question. I will try to give some ideas from myself. Nowadays, the lithium-ion batteries is by far the most applied battery technologies for electrical vehicles, energy storage, and also marine power. I think the reason is that this technology has a very high TRL first, and also the international standard regarding the safety and reliability of this technology is mature comparing to other new technologies. Of course, it was, I think, a shortage, or rather say increasing of the lithium mining prices, which lead to other technology to be, go on the market. For example, the sodium-ion battery, right? However, as you know, lithium is not like a very rare mine. For example, it's actually very worldwide omnipresent. And in China, for example, we have a lot of sources of lithium in different regions. And it's also the same case in Australia. And also today, the recycling technology for lithium is quite mature. And we can go like, I think if I'm not wrong, we can go up to 95% of recycled lithium for producing new batteries. So actually, I don't think that it's really a big issues for the lithium-ion battery. And as for the safety, as we already showed, there are many solutions to that. First, you can choose a much safer lithium-ion technology. For example, the solid-state battery, although it's still on development in Europe, in the US, and so on. But we believe that it's a good direction. And also with the development of BMS and other module level and system level protection technology, we already believe that lithium-ion battery is a good candidate. Okay, so then there are of course a lot of new technology. For example, our company is also doing research on the sodium-ion battery technology. And as today, there are still quite a lot of fundamental issues that have to be solved. For example, the sodium plating is much more like often than the lithium ion plating issue, and the plating could generate very serious safety issues. Also, the cost is not just related to the sodium or the lithium, which one is cheaper, but it's also related to all the system related to this technology. For example, the cathode materials of a sodium ion battery is not simply a sodium, it's crystals which can generate more like costs. And also the battery management system of sodium ion batteries will be different than the lithium ion battery. So the supply chain will be also a new challenge to new technology. So for a conclusion, I really think that for the coming years, the lithium ion battery is still the technology of choice for at least for electrical vehicles and some electrical ships. So, and continually research and development will go to this direction in order to improve this technology. So I hope that I answered your question. Thank you.
Thank you. Very well. So we have now another question.
Well, good morning. My name is João from Siemens. My question is going to Cavotec. Despite all the pressure from the stakeholders and the legislation, more or less around about 10% of the vessels are equipped to receive the power from shore. How do you see the development of these both ways of vessels and the adoption of these systems in harbors due to the lack of vessels prepared for the OPS? Thanks.
Hello? Yeah, okay. Thanks for the question. It's an interesting one because, as I said, we have seen that the ship owners were not really keen on investing in the shore power kit until the ports were ready, and the ports were not really looking at doing it until the ship operators were ready. Now, in Europe, we are seeing that there is a significant amount of European Union money being put into shore power projects in the ports, and certainly the drive now for the ship owners is not only legislation, but also cost in terms of carbon tax and so on. So we have seen, if I look at the orders that are being placed in the shipyards around the world, of all the ships now are shore power compliant or will be shore power compliant as they're built. We are seeing the older ships falling out of use. If we look at container ships, particularly if they're going to the west coast of America, already have to be shore power compliant. So I think we are seeing an exponential growth of retrofit, as well as 100% application of shore power on new container vessels. Cruise is a slightly different story. There has been a natural clear out of cruise ships because of the pandemic. So we've seen a lot of the older vessels being scrapped. The newer vessels, therefore, are shore power compliant. Interestingly, the most resistance I've seen so far to shore power was actually in a cruise liner operator. But I think even there we'll see the exponential growth, particularly because ports like Malta and Venice particularly will just say, you're not welcome. Simple as that. I hope that answers your question.
Please.
Yes, hello. My name is Eduardo Rodrigues from Group Sousa. My question is to Ms. Yi Hao. I think one of the problems of the battery is the autonomy. I mean, we see for cars, the autonomy has increased quite a lot in the last years, I would say. So my question to you is very clear: do you think that in the near future we will have more autonomy on these vessels? I mean, you talked about one that made 120 kilometers. Let's say to double this limit, or more than that, because I think that's crucial to put batteries in the vessel. So my question is: do you think that technology will develop in terms of increasing, I mean, a big amount of the autonomy?
Thank you. It's again a very interesting question. So I think first it's go to the basic questions about the energy density of lithium-ion batteries comparing to, for example, traditional fuels or diesels or other biofuels, for example. So of course, nowadays the energy density of lithium-ion batteries is less comparing to those fuels. I think it's really related to different scenarios. For example, for river traveling, I think the battery should be a good choice. And also the container solution that we presented could realize a quick battery swap. So imagine that you have a well-defined transport way, and then you can have different battery swap stations on this river. Then you can go smoothly with the electrical solution with batteries. I mean, however, for longer voyage, like the far oceans voyage, of course, I think hybrid solution should be a good one. Of course, with a clean fuel, for example, the fuel cell or clean methanol and so on. That's also the one that I would like to actually to show you, but due to the time limit, I did not go to the details. That is actually a project we did for a ship owner who has cargo ships to go to the sea, and these ships was equipped with a diesel generator, and they want to add some batteries in order to have zero emission when the ship will be close to the port, and this can be achieved by lithium-ion batteries. So also for this kind of project, we try to realize a very high energy density, but it's also difficult to go through the physical limit, I mean. And at least other battery technology could maybe answer your question. For example, the solid state battery in combination with lithium metal anodes. But this technology still needs some further advanced research. But I think if it's done, it could change much the electrical shipping industry, as it already announced that some airplane will use this kind of battery. So I really believe that it can be the future solution. Hope I answer your question.
Thank you. So we have to, wrap up now the panel. We have reached, beyond a bit beyond the limit of our time. I think as a final word, we have here, the context of the application of where the vessel is going through is, the cornerstone for the right technology mix to, combine for its operation. This is, the challenge that we have now at the moment is what technology mix is the better. So the technologies are there, but we have to try, we have to experiment, and also to have some risk-taking mindset in order to get the right formula. And in Europe, there is now a lot of financial support for this kind of ventures, and in cooperation with a country like China that is also going ahead and also is doing a lot of development in that direction. This is an area effectively for cooperation where we can, do business and also achieve a positive impact in the planet, and also with ocean renewables production. Thank you very much for the speakers for your contributions, also for the attention of the and the participation of the audience, for the GRM and CCS for organizing this. And let's lunch and let's refuel. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to the panel. Thank you to Ruben Ayres. So we will break for lunch now and start back at 2:30 in the afternoon. And lunch is being served here on the first floor. So as you're coming out of the conference room, just turn to your right and have a good lunch.
Dá para uma segurar um copo sujo.
We will start the afternoon session in 5 minutes. Thank you. So welcome back, everyone. Please take your seats. We will start again. So we will resume the workshop works, and I'm calling the representative of the European Commission, Mr. Ricardo Batista, to the stage, and he will talk to us about the European package, fifth for 55 and its impact on maritime transport and ports.
Good afternoon. Boa tarde. I would like to express first my gratitude and on behalf of the European Commission to the Portuguese administration for the invitation to this great event. It is a great opportunity for the Commission to be able to present the developments on the Fit for 55 with relation to the specific legislative elements for maritime transport, both for shipping and ports. I will cover in my presentation already not the proposals. So what I will cover is already de facto already the decision that has been made in the context of the negotiations with the European Parliament and the Council, and the package with respect to maritime transport and ports is pretty much well defined in terms of preliminary agreement with the co-legislators. So what I will present today is actually what you should expect already in 2024, 2025 as the regulatory context in Europe for decarbonization of the sectors. The Fit for 55, and let me try to translate what Fit for 55 means in respect to the European Union decarbonization. It is an economy-wide statement for decarbonization, so 55% by 2030 and carbon neutrality by 2050 as an economy-wide effort. So this is the puzzle or the structure of the different EU legislative proposals that are contained in the package. And they cover broadly from energy production, transport, taxation, and very much a cross-cutting initiative from the Commission proposed in 2021 for decarbonization targets for the economy. So when we talk about carbon neutrality in 2050, it's not specifically for shipping, but a combined effort of all the sectors of economy. If we look specifically to waterborne transport, we identify the following elements that I will cover in the presentation. We have the ETS extension to maritime transport, so a pricing on carbon emitted. We have the alternative fuel infrastructure regulation, so specific legislative development of the previous directive on infrastructure to more strict and more well-defined targets for energy transition in terms of the infrastructure, and here specifically to ports. The Renewable Energy Directive with the green synthetic fuels added to the existing Renewable Energy Directive already. So this is called the RED III development, the Taxation Directive, and then the one that is closest to my heart, which is the Fuel EU, where I've been working in the Commission for the past 2 years, specifically addressing the promotion and uptake of lower greenhouse gas intensity fuels in maritime transport. I would, in a bracket note, share with you that my satisfaction with the presentations from this morning, with the words that were shared by the experts this morning, because pretty much the context for everything that I'm sharing with you now has been already drawn in the first part of this workshop. The context, as far as the regulatory framework development is concerned, has been pretty much set this morning, talking about renewable and low carbon fuels, biofuels, electrification. And so I believe that, in fact, the presentation of the regulatory framework now will bring everything in place, and everything will have a role to play in decarbonization of maritime transport. We have also the IMO piece that I wouldn't like to pass to the next slide without explaining. And I address my special compliments to the IMO colleague here. I understand the huge effort at international level, both with the life cycle assessment guidelines and potentially discussions on the fuel standards in the future. So the EU initiative with respect to maritime transport is always incomplete. Maritime transport is an international activity, and irrespective of being a pioneer, disruptive legislation being brought forward, the international regulatory framework is the key for success for decarbonization. It eliminates discontinuities and it promotes level playing field. So, in fact, the presented legislative initiative at EU level always has this component of the IMO where the EU member states together are acting at international level to promote and to support the measures for decarbonization of transport at the global level, which will eliminate a lot of the questions and a lot of the uncertainties that we would have strictly with regional implementation and with real regional measures. It was already presented, decarbonization and energy transition in maritime transport is a combined effort of different solutions, including energy efficiency, renewable and low carbon fuels, logistics, operational efficiency, all together play a role. But the key message is only through a combined action of improving energy efficiency and using renewable and low carbon fuels, it is possible to decarbonize maritime transport. The amount of energy required by shipping, irrespective of the operating profile of the ships, is very high. And therefore, this effort needs to be combined, not only looking at one of the possible solutions, but a holistic approach to decarbonization. The FuelEU Maritime Regulation in particular will be incorporated in an ecosystem of other legislative developments within the Fit for 55, and it will be incorporated in complementarity with the ETS, whereas the ETS addresses energy efficiency, saving of fuel, saving and mitigation of carbon emissions, and the FuelEU addresses the technology of the fuels and of the energy converters. Is incorporated in complementarity with RED and with the Alternative Fuel Infrastructure Regulation in a context that pushing for energy transition only in shipping would not be reasonable if we wouldn't act also on the fuel supply and on the infrastructure side. And then also complementarity with the Energy Taxation Directive, where special consideration for taxation will be given to renewable and low carbon fuels and to electricity imports. It is key and important to understand that it is not possible to read one legal act alone. They work together, they refer to each other, and there is a combined complementary development of the legal acts in this respect. And for maritime transport and ports, this is very particular and very important to note. The timeline for the FuelEU Maritime, it was announced as part of the Commission program in 2020, adopted as part of the Fit for 55 in 2021. The general approach in the Council was reached in June last year. The Parliament reached the agreement in October. And we have just reached on the 23rd of March this year, the provisional agreement between co-legislators, which means in practice, it has been agreed. And what I will present to you without major uncertainties is what, in fact, in 2025, the adoption will look like. The scope of the FuelEU covers ships above 5,000 gross tons, pretty much the same scope of the MRV, same scope of the ETS, covering 100% of the energy in intra-EU traffic and in ports, and 50% of extra-EU traffic. A number of exemptions have been introduced remarkably to address territorial continuity, member state-specific geographic considerations, and even to some extent level playing field considerations for avoiding rerouting of container ships with respect to transshipment ports in the north of Africa. So a variety during the negotiation process, a variety of exemptions have been introduced, bringing further flexibility to the flexibility already incorporated in the Commission proposal. In terms of the coverage of greenhouse gas emissions, the FuelEU covers CO2, methane emissions, and N2O, and the calculation methodology framework is a well-to-wake calculation framework where the comparison of different fuels is possible on a life cycle analysis. And this refers to the fact that fuels and the emissions from the use of fuels will count not only the emissions on board, but remarkably also the emissions during the production of the fuels. And this, for instance, will allow to compare hydrogen with close to zero emissions to liquid hydrogen with a large amount of CO2 emissions, reflecting the fact that just by looking at the product, we cannot say whether it is a solution for decarbonization or not. It depends very much on the life cycle footprint of the production of the fuel and its use on board. Broadly, this is the methodology also under discussion, under development at IMO, also to assess and analyze the greenhouse gas emissions of fuels on board ships. Of course, still a framework under development, but this is broadly what is being presented here. The targets after the negotiation changed slightly. We had a discussion in the morning where I realized the importance of having mild targets in the first 10 years. 2% and 6% have been kept because with these targets, solutions of biofuels like blends of B15 or B30 are adequate to address such targets in a very comfortable way. Bearing in mind, however, that from 2035, a steep increase in the targets for reduction of emissions starts to be felt with 14.5. Don't ask me why the 0.5 was brought into the picture. I have to tell you that with the negotiation finishing at 4:30 in the morning, no one cared about the 0.5. So, but in fact, 14.5 by 2035, 31% in 2040, 62% in 2045, and 80% in 2050. The reference value for the reductions was calculated taking into account data from MRV for 2020. And in general, I have to say the Commission is quite proud and appreciates the effort of the co-legislators that the numbers were not kept, but the philosophy is kept. A mild introduction of 2% and 6% targets for 2025 and 2030 will allow, with existing products in the market, for operators to continue running the business in a context of adaptation. Despite being a technology-neutral, goal-based regulation, the FuelEU incorporates specific measures to promote renewable fuels of non-biologic origin, the green synthetic fuels. There was a strong push to have targets in FuelEU Maritime from different stakeholders. During the negotiations, the Council and the Parliament agreed to keep a multiplier of 2 from 2025 to 2033. This means in practice that for compliance, if you use green synthetic fuels, RFNBOs, you will be counting your energy twice, which is a strong incentive for those early adopters looking for green synthetic fuels to comply with FuelEU. And then there is actually a sub-target introduced, but it is a conditional one. A sub-target of 2% from 2034 if the share of green synthetic fuels in 2031 is less than 1%. And this was the agreement possible in the context of the negotiation, where co-legislators were far apart with respect to the sub-target. So in fact, we have a conditional introduction of a sub-target, which the Commission assessed in the beginning and from the beginning as a potential big constraint for operators as from 2030, obliged to blend in green synthetic fuels or to pay their way out. So we managed to keep this rigid sub-target out, but we will nevertheless have to assess the penetration of these fuels in maritime by 2031. Since this will be an evaluation at fleet level, the Commission has, in different scenarios, already assessed that this will be very likely a sub-target that will not kick in from 2034. Zero emissions at birth, this is a specific provision that matches and mirrors the obligations in AFIR for development of onshore power supply in ports. And in particular for zero emissions at birth, I've dedicated one slide. There is a distinction between AFIR ports, or the larger ports from the core or comprehensive network from the TEN-T. They will have to, ships visiting these ports will have to connect as from 2030, matching the requirements in the alternative fuel infrastructure regulation, container ships and passenger ships above 5,000 gross tons. Also in non-AFIR ports that decide to develop onshore power supply, ships calling at these ports will have to connect from 2035. Obligation at anchorage was discussed at some point and was clearly out from the regulation, and a series of exemptions have been decided to allow flexibility in different operational conditions, taking into account specifically the possibility, and we heard about fuel cells already in the morning, taking into account the possibility of ships that decide to use zero emission technologies instead of connecting to onshore power supply. This will be a potential exemption. They will not be forced to connect. They can use either fuel cells, hydrogen fuel cells, or battery packages, even charged with energy at sea from conventional generators, provided this energy is zero emissions at birth. And it is within the Fuel EU, the provisions for zero emissions at birth are in a scope of direct emissions measurement. So direct emissions from the stack of the ship. We're here outside the well-to-wake life cycle assessment. We're looking at mitigation, full mitigation of air pollutants at local level, at the port level. The exemptions relating to availability of connection and to compatibility of equipment, or even to stability of the grid, will not be, will have a sunset clause, so operators cannot invoke this reason for exemption after 2035 for more than 10% of the port calls, or 10 port calls during that reporting period, whichever is lower. Giving still some flexibility, but creating a clear sunset phase out for this justification, so that we need to ensure and reward the investment of ports in onshore power supply infrastructure. So the utilization factors need to be maximized by minimizing the number of exemptions throughout. As far as the eligibility of fuels is concerned, so which type of fuels or which fuels can contribute to reduce the greenhouse gas intensity of ships? Those 2, 6, 14.5, 31% reduction targets. There was a strong discussion about widening the scope of the fuels that can contribute, because in the Commission proposal, basically biofuels and RFNBOs, green synthetic fuels, were the only option for reduction of the greenhouse gas intensity of the energy used on board. After the negotiation, also the gas directive allowed an introduction of low carbon hydrogen derived fuels. And the difference here is allowing for synthetic fuels, which are produced from hydrogen other than green hydrogen. Low carbon hydrogen, hydrogen produced via electrolysis using electricity coming, for instance, from nuclear generation. And there was some controversy about this negotiation, but in fact, it is ensured through the regulatory framework that the fuels provide for an equivalent greenhouse gas saving on a life cycle basis. So even the fuels that are low carbon hydrogen derived, they will still have to meet 70% of greenhouse gas intensity reduction on a life cycle basis. So RED and Gas Directive are here introduced at the same level in the Fuel EU as the EU regulatory framework for eligibility of fuels for the Fuel EU. Certification of energy converters, we are currently working on technical provisions for certification of methane slip from dual fuel engines. So it will be possible for operators to deviate from the default values for methane slip for dual fuel engines if they use demonstration of the calculations or direct emissions measurement or bench testing for the engines once we are able to develop such provisions. In the eligibility of fuels was in fact one of the core elements of the whole discussion to ensure that we can, irrespective of the fuel product, from hydrogen to methane, methanol, ammonia, biofuels, irrespective of the production pathway, that we can consider the maximum number of fuels, sustainable, renewable, and low-carbon fuels, to contribute to reduction of greenhouse gas intensity of the fuels, of the energy used on board ships. This morning, certification was mentioned as a key element, greenhouse gas intensity certification. This is a key enabling aspect for the implementation. It is the key aspect for level playing field, for reassuring that competitiveness in the sector remains despite the regulatory framework introducing the obligation for renewable and low carbon fuels. And here, the RED sustainability certification is considered already for the feedstock and for the production, but we are assessing together with experts international certification companies like ISCC or RSP in order to allow incorporation of the distribution, blending, and bunkering aspects into the certification framework. This means that the operators will receive a certificate reassuring that all the operators or all the economic operators that if somehow handled the fuel product will have been audited, will have been accredited, and incorporated in the certification scheme. This is in the development, and we have an expert group in the Commission and also the Renewable and Low Carbon Fuel Alliance with several industry stakeholders working on this aspect for both aviation and maritime transport. The functioning of the regulation will allow for flexibility. So for a fleet of 20 ships, an operator or a ship owner may decide to invest or to make the bulk of the capital investment in 1 or 2 ships without having to look at the older part of the fleet. And by doing that, you can use the credits or the overcompliance in 1 or 2 ships to bring the others into compliance on an averaging pooling system. It can be also done between different companies under specific agreement between the companies. There is a banking and borrowing system also possible. So if your ships are overcompliant on 1 year, you can bank the overcompliance and use it in the following year. This is a flexibility measure that will allow you to deal with fuel availability, with the difficulties in fuel availability in different points of the operation of your ships. In terms of the governance for the implementation of Fuel EU will be strongly based on the MRV approach, basically collecting data, which will be reported by the companies. The calculation of the compliance balance based on the calculated greenhouse gas intensity of the ship for the reporting period versus the target. There will be penalties calculated if the case, and exchange and notification between different user groups through the Fuel EU database, which is currently being developed in the European Maritime Safety Agency. This Fuel EU database will be embedded and working in the MRV existing TETIS database, also where the ETS will be functioning. For those verifiers, and I know there are classification societies with us, we discussed this, it's going to be a one-stop approach. Processing the data, submitting the data will be a one action only process based on one monitoring plan. The data will be reported only once, and there's not going to be an overlapping in terms of the reporting to facilitate administrative burden. Fuel EU penalty is a provision possible in the regulation if your ship was not able to meet compliance through the use of fuel, of compliant fuels. It will be possible to pay a financial penalty to keep the ship operating. It's not a sanction. It's a repair or a remedial penalty to allow dealing with possible cases of impossible compliance through the use of fuels. And then a reporting and review clause with substantial elements added that we could not decide at this stage. For the next steps, we are currently working on the lawyer linguist review, basically cleaning the text, and the final endorsements by the Council already took place this month, and the Parliament should take place in the end of this month or in June. And then more 6 months for the publication in the official journal. For the implementation, we are working on the secondary legislation implementing in delegated acts to allow the functioning and operation of the legislation. It will apply from 1st of January 2025. I have now a few slides on the alternative fuel infrastructure regulation and on the ETS, even though these are not my core elements, but I will give you also the message that the AFIR has been agreed also, setting the targets for development of onshore power supply in ports, for connections for up to 90% of their port calls by cruise, ferry, and container vessels above 5,000 gross tons. And so you can see here the mirroring of the provisions between the AFIR and the Fuel EU, and the requirements in the AFIR to all TEN-T ports. The trilogue in the 28th of March increased the thresholds of port calls to 100 for container vessels. It was 50 initially. And from cruise ships and RoPax from 25 to 40 port calls. So these thresholds are the ones assessed on an annual basis, from which, if they are exceeded, the port will have to develop and implement the infrastructure for onshore power supply for 90% of the port calls, allowing some flexibility of 10% for operational reasons that may not be possible to connect. And some wording changed with respect to LNG. Now we named it into liquefied methane to accommodate also the fact that it will be infrastructure used for liquefied biogas and synthetic. As far as the ETS is concerned, it's the one that is more advanced. It was already decided between the Council and the Parliament already last year. So we had the final formal adoption expected already in the first quarter of 2023. The political agreement took place in December 2022. So it is the fairly more mature piece of the Fit for 55 for maritime transport, which will bring the carbon pricing to maritime transport, extending this concept also to the sector. The extension to maritime transport considers the data that already is reported in MRV, and this is going to be the base data for the operation of the ETS. The ETS is in fact the market-based measure established, based and built on the foundations of the MRV. The coverage of ships is well known, and MRV annual reports are already published since 2018. There will be a phase-in period for 2024 and 2025, so meaning that 40% and 70% respectively of the emissions will be covered, and then the full price signal for 2026. Entering into force is already in 2024, and so we entered into the phase-in period for the 40% already in 24, so already next year. Equal treatment of routes and flag neutral, just like the Fuel EU. And then well defined the companies that are responsible entities for the ETS, which are exactly the same as defined for the EU MRV regulation. In terms of the geographical scope, is the same as I've presented for the Fuel EU, so there is full compatibility in this respect, and also the exemptions that are within the scope of Fuel EU will also be applicable for the ETS. I take the opportunity now to address the topic of biogenic and synthetic carbon emissions, which is often a question. Will they be covered or not? It is a pricing on fossil carbon. There will be secondary legislation under ETS, which in fact for biogenic carbon or carbon emitted by biofuels or by synthetic fuels will not be counted under the ETS pricing system. Meaning that if you operate on some percentage of biofuels, the carbon emissions related to those biofuels will not be subject to the payment or to the release of the allowances associated to the ETS. In terms of some national circumstances, as I mentioned, some exemptions have been introduced. The use of the revenues will be addressed to energy transition in maritime transport, both in terms of technology, in terms of different measures to decarbonize the sector, within the Innovation Fund, where specific calls for funding will be open for maritime under the Innovation Fund. A review clause also established in ETS, taking into consideration the assessment of the implementation and also the possible establishment of international measures similar to the ETS. And a similar provision is also in Fuel EU. So there is a commitment under both Fuel EU and ETS to align with the international IMO regulatory development in the future. And this is an important element provision in the EU legal acts. There is modifications in the MRV which are ongoing, specific changes made to the MRV to be fit for the ETS implementation. One of these will be monitoring of methane and N2O emissions already as from 2024, to allow also these to be covered for the ETS. So MRV is becoming more than CO2 emissions, but CO2 equivalent emissions, covering also emissions of these elements. As of 2025, MRV will monitor also emissions from offshore ships above 400 gross tons, so a widening in terms of ship size scope of the MRV, and also from small general cargo ships above 400 gross tons, which are currently outside the scope of the MRV. A review by 2024 for additional types of small ships has been already a commitment from the Commission. Many thanks. I understand it was a thorough set of slides presented. And I believe that my final note, very final note, is really to say that nothing of this will take place if there is no engagement from the industry, risk-taking in terms of investment decisions. And there are different periods, as you've seen from the compliance or from the targets curve that I've presented. There is an initial adaptation period of 2% and 6%. There will be a steep increase from 2035, where some solutions will no longer be enough. And then the targets are for 2045, 2050, significantly demanding, requiring for investment in disruptive energy conversion systems and fuels. Thank you very much, and open to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ricardo Batista, for your thorough update on the Fit for 55 package. And we will now move on to the third and final panel of the day, dedicated to low carbon fuels. And I call to the stage Mrs. Carolina Silva, Mr. Diogo Almeida, Mr. Jorge Antunes, Mr. Wang Yupang, and Mr. Giuseppe Zagaria. And I would give the floor to Mrs. Carolina Silva, who will moderate this panel.
So, can you hear me well? Yeah, I guess so. Good afternoon, everyone. You have heard from me before, but for those of you who might not have been paying attention, I am Carolina Silva. I am a project officer for shipping and ocean policies at Zero, which is a leading Portuguese environmental NGO. And it is my pleasure to be here today and to moderate this debate, this discussion, which comprises the part 3 of today's workshop related to low carbon fuels. So we have heard about biofuels, we have heard about electrical solutions, and I think by now we should be very much aware of the urgency of shipping decarbonization, and especially and particularly in light of aligning the industry with the Paris Agreement goals as well. And we have heard from the IMO, we have now heard from the European Commission about the next possible steps into getting shipping industry into a more sustainable future towards, let's say, greener path that works for the industry, that works for the people, and especially in my perspective, that works for the environment as well. And we know that full carbonization is only possible with a bigger push in innovation, in investments, and also in policy incentives towards zero and low carbon fuels. So today and at present, alternative fuels that are already available for ships include the still fossil solutions like liquefied natural gas and liquefied petroleum gas, but also, and most excitingly, if I may say so, greener alternatives like green methanol, green ammonia, green hydrogen, for instance. And so in this discussion, we will touch upon some of these solutions with trying to get a clearer view of the pathway for deployment of these zero and low carbon fuels. So the way that this discussion will be structured is pretty similar to the other ones. So we will have a 15-minute presentation from each of our speakers, and then I will open up the floor for the discussion. So listen carefully, take your notes, take your questions, and I hope we can have a fruitful and dynamic discussion afterwards. So I will now pass the floor to Mr. Diogo Almeida, who is the head of hydrogen business development at Galp. Mr. Almeida has 20 years of experience at Galp within the energy ecosystem, and he has been working towards the development of opportunities and new projects in the green hydrogen fuel and synthetic fuels value chain. So fittingly, Mr. Almeida will now take the floor and to talk a bit about the new generation of maritime fuels. So the floor is yours. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'll bring you our view on the way forward, our roadmap on the decarbonization of the maritime transportation, and how we expect to adapt our portfolio and to help our clients decarbonize their own operations. A quick overview on Galp. We are an energy integrated company. We have from the upstream to midstream with a large refinery in Sines, and our downstream operations, mostly in Portugal and Spain. We are we're the larger bunkering operator in Portugal, with operations in Spain too. And we've been also developing within our energy transition strategy, our renewables and new businesses business units, in which we have also the hydrogen division. Our hydrogen strategy, which has a huge impact on the way we also expect to adapt our maritime transportation products, has 4 large pillars. I will focus on the second one, maritime and aviation fuels. We expect to gradually replace the fossil products that we today have in our portfolio with lower and lower carbon fuels, and hopefully in the second half of this decade start to supply zero carbon products. This is not possible without regulation. I think it's clear for everyone. We've seen during the day, both from IMO and from the European Union, the sort of regulation that we've been putting forward, and that will frame the requirements for the whole sector, European-wide and worldwide. To have a notion, maritime transportation accounts for 14% of the EU emissions and 3% of the global emissions. So it's obviously impactful in terms of overall emissions. And so it's very relevant to address this sector. I may say that I'm working at hydrogen and with the scope of all the sectors we are working with in mobility and in industry. I can tell you that for me, the maritime transportation sector is probably the one which has higher challenges and uncertainty, because not only requires huge investments to do this transition, but it's still not clear what will be the exact or the different products that will be able to address this. And so I know that we have huge challenges ahead of us, but it's also quite thrilling to do this. And the next 10 to 15 years will be decisive. We both from the Commission as from IMO, we expect, well, from the Commission, we having the Fuel EU Maritime regulation already a provisional document, final document since last month, but also from the IMO, we expect in July in the next meeting to have some interesting news on the acceleration of the target. So we believe that this will also help the whole sector assess the next steps in terms of fleet adaptation, but also for us energy suppliers, what will be our role and where should we put our effort in the development of new products. We see that we have 3 large technological routes to address this. We have the biomass route, which is the one more mature today, and we already have products. We have in our portfolio this option, and the market already has biomass available for maritime fuels. We also have the natural gas through carbon capture option, which is not in our strategy, but in specific locations may make sense on a global view. And we have the synthetic fuels. Each has its own challenges, and we are looking at them and comparing them, although our main effort is focused on biomass and on synthetic fuels. Each product, as I said, is in different stages of development. Not all are available today. Biofuels are already available as a drop-in solution, but they will face supply challenges in the coming years. It's not, I suppose no one expects to address global demand for maritime fuels solely on biofuels. There is no raw material feedstocks available to do that. So it's obviously part of the road that we need to reach a zero carbon reality. But we expect that synthetics will play a larger and larger role, and they are much more resilient in the long term than biofuels. Methanol looks like a good way to start using on a larger scale zero carbon fuels. It has a much easier logistics than, for instance, ammonia or hydrogen, but it looks like having a higher cost, and it has also a bigger challenge related with CO2 capture. So from a production point of view, we expect to have ammonia or hydrogen at a cheaper cost per energy unit than methanol, and in the long term, that may have an impact in the options that fleet managers will have. And at the end of the road, we see ammonia and hydrogen as the solutions that may provide the most competitive from an economic point of view offer on the zero carbon products, but still with huge logistic challenges in all the value chain from production to supply. What are we doing regarding this? The way we see our low carbon portfolio moving ahead for shipping is right now we already have in our portfolio both FAME and HVO, so two different kinds of biofuels available. So we are developing a pilot test on FAME, and we expect to have it available for the market still in 2023 on different possible mixes for our clients. We co-process HVO in our refinery, so our diesel already includes HVO co-processed through the refining process. But we are also in the final stage of decision for a large-scale HVO plant to start production, hopefully in 2025, also in Sines, which would produce over 200,000 tons of biodiesel per year. Although, to be honest, the base case for this plant and for this HVO is to address the aviation market, but it can also produce diesel, which can be included in the blending pool for maritime fuels. And then on the synthetics value chain, we have our hydrogen projects under development also in Sines, where we have our refinery. We expect to replace all the gray hydrogen in the refinery with green hydrogen produced from renewable resources through electrolysis, and start that by 2025 with the first 100 megawatts. And this will also allow us to trigger other potential investments in the maritime fuels value chain, namely producing methanol and ammonia, green methanol and green ammonia. So we are developing feasibility studies for these two products for Sines, but not only for Sines. We are looking on a wider landscape so in other geographies too. And we strongly believe that methanol in the medium term will be a clear alternative, and it will be commercially viable and starting to ramp up in the second half of this decade. We know that all the investments that this industry will need to go through, many of them require 15, 20, 25 years to get for the payback. No one puts a vessel in sea today to use it for 5 years. So every vessel that we put in the sea today will have to be fit to address all the requirements we have here. And that's also why we believe that methanol, even being slightly more expensive than ammonia, once starts kicking in, and because ammonia is still at least 5 to 10 years away from commercial maturity, we'll see if at the end of the day there will be a relevant space for ammonia or not. Methanol seems to be winning the short-term battle, but we are still working on these different fronts, and we believe there will be a space for each alternative depending on the geographic conditions, depending on the routes that each vessel has to do, because it's completely different to have a vessel exclusively operating on European ports or a vessel that has to go to Africa, to Asia. So each port will have its own conditions, and this will obviously force the fleet managers to take this into consideration when deciding on which fuels they will have on their vessels. But in a nutshell, what I wanted to bring you here was our view on how the maritime fuels market is evolving and how we expect to help our clients go down the road on this and help them also decarbonize their own footprint, which is your scope 1 is our scope 3. So it's also important for us to help you do this, and we'll keep talking for sure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Diogo. I think we can all agree that was a very clear and interesting overview of several options that there are, particularly, and what I appreciate the most is looking to the longer term, because what you mentioned is quite true. The ships that go to the water today will be navigating for 20 years or more. So we need to look into the longer term, and that is something that I think is very, very, very important for everyone to keep in mind when picking up what would be the fuel or technology of choice. So now I will pass the floor to Mr. Jorge Antunes, who is the technical manager and owner of Tecnoveritas, services of engineering and systems technology since 1994. He is also a lecturer of marine engineering and naval architecture in several universities and institutes, both in Portugal, in the UK, and Singapore. Mr. Antunes has vast experience in supervising all the engineering activities, as well as research and development at Tecnoveritas. So Mr. Jorge Antunes will be speaking on the use of hydrogen as fuel for marine diesel engines. So you might see that there is a slight difference to what there is in the schedule, in the program, but it will speak about the hydrogen use for marine diesel engines. So please, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So today I'm here to talk about what we, Christian has the engine pioneer project, hydrogen engine pioneer project. Our presentation will have Why? Hydrogen Pioneer Project, the partners, the technical challenges, and the hydrogen on board. I myself, I did my part of my research was on hydrogen as a fuel for compression ignition engines. And as such, I think we need really to look at diesel engines as the ones that will last, not fuel cells, but the industry working horse. So is the diesel engine. Sorry, I need to follow the slides. So this project has been.
Anton, sorry, maybe you should take the microphone.
Yeah, I believe so, because I really need to. Okay, so we did to decarbonize. We have a fantastic working horse that is a diesel engine. No one on board or at sea wants to have a single fuel engine in case of decarbonization. So we agree that we need to have a second or a substitute fuel that can produce power on board. The use of green hydrogen on diesel engines produces a decarbonization that is proportional to the percentage of energy that is coming from the hydrogen, so the substitution ratio. So we decided to go ahead with this dual fuel MGO hydrogen. That is always a solution for any type of ship. So the engine can run 100% on diesel, or in the second stage can go up to 90% or even more on hydrogen. The diesel dual fuel engine is reliable and cheaper than the corresponding fuel cell. So this is, and also has the power without any major limitation. We are talking about medium speed, high speed diesel engines. The hydrogen for the also a big advantage is that hydrogen for internal combustion engines is about 25% cheaper than the hydrogen required for fuel cells. The Hydrogen Pioneer is a collaborative association of Mitsubishi, NTEE, Technoveritas, and Progener from Vigo. Okay, so Mitsubishi will be delivering the engine to Technoveritas through Progener. So Technoveritas has been researching on hydrogen as a fuel for internal combustion engines since 1998. We have some patents on this, and the engine that we'll be receiving from Mitsubishi is the S6R2 PM2M PTK5. So a big name for the engine. And Progener will be assembling the alternator. Also, there is a very good cooperation with ICAM, that is a producer of hydrogen just nearby Lisbon, where we are building one lab for the engine. The engine should arrive here by the end of June. Dorazul, that is operating river passenger vessel in Douro River. And then also the Bureau Veritas, that is very much cooperating with us because we need to arrange a type approval certification for it and develop required rules and regulations for the operation of dual fuel hydrogen engines on board. There are no, in fact, there are no rules for hydrogen dual fuel engines. The law, okay, so for that we need to have the complete chain. We have been working on the same project, but in other areas, like the LOHC, liquid oil hydrogen carriers. So this is a safe carrier hydrogen carrier. So it is bunkered on board as it is diesel oil. And it can take up to 6.2% in mass of hydrogen. Is compatible with the tanking capacity and arrangement of the ships. And also on board we have it to activate the reactor for the hydrogenation. And that's it. So the knowledge is available to do this project. And we have a strong support from the DGRM, so DGRM, the Portuguese Maritime Authority. So they are also very, very keen to see this to happen. Douro Azul will act as the lead demonstrator of the technology. How is it working? So basically, a truck brings the liquid, the loaded LOHC on board by cistern truck. It delivers it to the ship. Then on board the ship, the reactor of the hydrogenation releases the hydrogen. So the depleted oil LOHC is loaded back, is unloaded, is disembarked again to another truck for another cycle of hydrogenation. This is the cycle. The considerations we have, so this diesel hydrogen dual fuel technology is reliable and flexible, do not require high purity hydrogen, not limited in terms of power, torque, and inertia, high ratios of power to weight and power to volume, cheap and ready available, do not require highly specialized maintenance and manpower, has some challenges. But one main advantage is that we don't need to have cryogenic tanks or high pressure tanks. So hydrogen on board is at ambient pressure and temperature. The challenges is the lack of regulation for the hydrogen on board. Although LHC has flash points above, flash points, above 60 degrees, it is possible to use the International Gas Code regulations as a first step. New to classification societies, easy to implement the LOHC in terms of capacity. There is a big lobby of fuel cells fighting against this solution, but the solution is just under the nose. The warranties, the warranties from the point of view of the engine are given by Mitsubishi. So this is our test engine. It is a marine 6-cylinder engine. This is the alternator and the engine itself. This is already the arrangement of the engine in here laboratory at HiChem. How it works? It works more or less in this way. So we have port injection of hydrogen at pressure. We have lots of electronics and control for this, the RPM, the power, air-fuel ratios, etc. Then we have the engine control system and the combustion sensors. And this, the important thing is, we are doing this with, so we have from Woodward Governors, a big, so the main engine manufacturer of control systems. We've got, how to say, heavy duty type approved, marine type approved electronic control unit to manage this. So what we are doing, what we need to deliver is a fully certified engine to go to sea. Okay, so the engine will have all the certifications from all the societies, classification societies, or at least the major ones. So the principle is like this. So we have the air inlet air manifold. We have the valves. These valves are prototypes. So all this is a prototype, in fact. So the valves are prototypes, and this valve is timed command with the crank angle for the cycle. And that's it. Then because the hydrogen has a self-temperature of ignition around 600 degrees C or so, 650. In fact, the cycle is commanded by the injection timing that may be changing over the cycle or over with load. The simulations done already appoint this thermal efficiency above 55% or around it. Why? Because hydrogen air-fuel ratio is a very wide, so we can burn extremely lean mixtures. So we can have the air-fuel ratio of hydrogen can be 1 up to 130. So we can inject quite and burn this quite leanly. And we are very confident that may not need to have any static catalytic reactor to treat the NOx. So now, hands on the job. This is the cylinder head. So as you can see, we started doing markings to put sensors, etc. The exhaust valves. Then at MTEE, one of the cylinder heads was cut in to study and to do the simulation of flow of hydrogen into the air inlet channels. So this is a piece of job. You can see now the channels that are reconstructed. So this was, we had to do a lot of reverse engineering on this to work out the distances and diameters of these channels so that we can optimize the energy flow, the hydrogen flow and pressure, and check how it is in terms of friction against the port. So the hydrogen is injected typically here, and it flows through this channel and through this channel to each one of these valves. Again, so this is it is an engine with a certain size. Why we pick up this engine? Because it is a marine engine, and it is extremely robust, extremely robust. So now we are checking on what we can do to fit the injectors, the hydrogen injectors on the engine, etc., and doing all the mechanical and thermodynamic calculations and studies. So the ship that is going to receive these engines, so these vessels have will take 3 of these engines. They look like the motor ship Amadoro. These are cruise ships, Look 3 cruise ships that operate inside of a highly sensitive environmental area. They need the passengers, the clients, they scrutinize very much the impact on the nature and the environment. And that's why we are having these engines has a good example for hopefully the next 3 vessels of this type. We have some impacts on the engine, on the ship design. Using, for example, the emergency shutdown room has some advantages, as you can see here, some disadvantages for the gas safe area, that it is a little bit more costly, but at the end of the day, it may be a little bit more easy to deal with.
Just 1 more minute, please.
Okay. Just about to finish. So this is the positioning of the vessels inside of the engines on board the vessel, and in a frame number 5, the transversal position and the longitudinal position at the aft engine room. Just to finish, the LOHC is coming on board to the double bottom tanks. There is a reactor, that is the reactor, the hydrogenation reactor, that frees the hydrogen from the oil. The depleted oil comes to another tank to be unbunkered. Then we have, and we design 3 or 4 of these generators, backed up with the batteries, very important. So we have also a variable speed drive here, and column propellers. That's it.
Perfect. You did it. Thank you, Mr. Antunes, especially for sticking with the time slot. I think it was very interesting, a practical solution that can be explored further. I'm sure that maybe some of you will have some questions. This was a very technical lecture, let's say, but it was very, very interesting, and thank you very much for that. I will now welcome Mr. Giuseppe Zagaria to the floor. Mr. Zagaria joined HINA in 2005, and since August 2021, he is the Marine Technical Director. Since 2007, he was assigned to Shanghai, China, and during the years that he has spent there, he has joined a large variety of projects, including new builds, conversions, retrofits, gap analysis for different types of ships. But within his more recent role as Marine Technical Director, he has been dedicated to innovation projects and new technologies for the maritime sector. Mr. Zagaria will start off by giving a presentation on green methanol, and he will then make the tremendous effort to follow it up with also a presentation on green ammonia for ships as well. So thank you, Mr. Zagaria. The floor is yours.
Thanks to you. And before to start, I'm glad to be here, and special thanks to the GRM for this arrangement today. Really a fantastic event. On behalf of RINA, also we say a special thanks to the officials from IMO, from EMSA, and as just a personal special thanks to Mr. Batista, because he, I think, really give us some fresh winds about what happened recently by the European Union. So as was announced, I will be in charge to present two topics. One is about green methanol, and one is about green ammonia. Okay, so we have this path to follow and these requirements to obey. The pathway is set by two main institutions, a public institution. One is IMO, and one is the European Union. Of course, here as a shipping community, you also know that something is changing also by private institution, okay? Blue economy, Poseidon principle, right ship, okay? We are moving towards, the sustainability. How we reach this target? In RINA, we often do brainstorming. We know, we will reach the 2050 targets by step. So we have a short-term measure, medium-term, long-term, and overall we have three elements to combine together. First of all, we do believe ships to pollute less must be properly operated, okay, with the proper management, proper communication between crew and the head office. Step number two, the technologies, okay? Make sure the vessel is efficient. So we will always focus our attention on a good design, a good hydrodynamics, a good powertrain, a good rudder, a good propeller. Finally, the fuels. So just to say, fuels are not the medicine for a ship that is bad design. So we will always put as a priority a nice design. Then, you know, here we have a different solution that will help us to reach the targets. You know, fuels, HVO. Today we heard interesting news about hydrogen, methanol, we have a fuel cell, batteries, and then we have digitalization, on which we do believe it is really important to see more and more, you know, energy manager that are, you know, very comfortable with the digital tools. Please take this chart with the proper caution, because this is going to, you know, change every year. This is a general, you know, picture where we are right now. Of course, more we move ahead into the future, more challenge we have, both for technology and also for supply chain. When I say technology, we have two main targets. First one is must be scale up. Must be easy to produce a technology, and we must produce a technology in a big size. Number two, must be affordable. Okay, we cannot forget, at the end of the day, we have one desk, one side we have a ship owner, another side we have a shipyard. So the ground of negotiation must be, you know, open for easy technology to be produced and installed on board. Okay, so we let's start to say something, you know, for methanol. We saw a very interesting spike in the order book in the last period. You know, for its nature, methanol was preferred by oil chemical tankers for just a simple reason. Methanol is a commodity already loaded, already shipped by oil chemical since many years. So oil chemical tanker, they don't have issue for supply chain because they load as a cargo and they use as a fuel. Today we have around, you know, 25, 26 oil chemical, you know, between operation and in order book. But, you know, recently also the container ship sector, it's start to bet, you know, on green methanol. Of course, the big question is it methanol? Is it, you know, green methanol a transitional fuel or maybe a final fuel? This one, of course, we don't have a crystal ball. We don't know yet the answer, but for sure, in the target of 2050, methanol will play a very important role, okay, for some reason that I will explain you in the next slides. First of all, it is, as I said, it is a commodity that we know very well. So we don't have to forget, at the end of the day, we have a crew on board. The crew must manage safely the engine room to make sure the vessel does her job. We know methanol. We know that in standard condition of you know, temperature and pressure, it is in a liquid state. We have to be, you know, kind of careful when we manage. We know that it is an hydrogen vector, and you know, later I will explain more in detail. Among all the molecular, you know, from atomic point of view, he has the highest, you know, carbon-hydrogen ratio. So considering the weight of carbon inside, you get the highest amount of hydrogen. The current infrastructure, because we don't have to forget, unfortunately, shipping, even if, you know, it is our industry, we don't have enough power to change the world economy, to decide which one is going to be the final fuel. So in case, the energy industry, we will move to methanol, it's okay because the current infrastructure for gasoline, for diesel can be used. And then we have a quite high TRL. So the level of, technology readiness for production, for transfer, for use, and for energy production on board is not bad, okay? Especially for the internal combustion engine, we know that for sure for the two-stroke, and something is happening also for the four-stroke, we are in a good situation. Which one are the challenges? Well, it is toxic, okay? We don't have to forget, the methanol can be extremely toxic to, not only for the lung, but also to the nerve system. It is a highly corrosive. We have to manage properly. If we retrofit some tank on board, we need a special kind of coating. Differently from LNG, its vapor are heavier than air, so the engine room must be, kind of redesigned for what concern the detection of the vapor of methanol. It is when got fire, it is colorless, so this may create a further challenge for the detection. It is much more flammable than diesel and even for petrol. And then we don't have to forget that it is a chemical product, okay? It is not a product that we derive from oil. So when we produce pollution from methanol, we may have chemical products. And this is something we have to be extremely careful, because there are some elements of formaldehyde that, as we know, it is a toxic product. Well, the final target, of course, we cannot talk about methanol without saying green methanol. Okay, the direction it's not easy, so we need to move towards the green methanol, and we do passing towards different steps. As we know today, most of methanol, it is produced from natural gas. So we expect, if the order book will keep pushing on methanol, we will move into blue methanol, installing carbon capture system, and finally the green methanol, on which we have two big family. As Mr. Battista said before, one is the biomethanol, and the other one is the e-methanol. Coming to the users, we have a very good level of technology for two-stroke engine. Okay, we have a very important engine manufacturer who already reached several 100,000 of running hour on the two-stroke engine with the quite good, record of performance. Of course, we're talking about dual fuel, so we always need a pilot fuel together. On the side of the four-stroke, manufacturers are a little bit behind compared with the two-stroke, but we are watching the order book, and we believe in end of 2024 something will come on the market. When we speak about users engine, we have to think about new products, but also retrofit, because at the end, the cornerstone is to make sure not only the new building, but also the existing fleet is also, able to do the energy transition. Not only engine, but also fuel cell. As we know, methanol, through a so-called reformer, can produce hydrogen for fuel cell. And finally, boilers and burners that are also, we have available technology that can use methanol. Well, this table say very easily, the most challenging aspect of methanol. The volumetric energy density, it is quite low if we compare with MGO. Today, if we will go for a methanol fuel ship, compared with the diesel, we need a fuel space that is more or less 2.5. Okay, if we think about, space type ships like a ferry can be manageable, but if we think about a weight, a weight type ship like a container, but even more, bulk carrier and tankers, this is going to be a big piece of cargo that basically we lose. And this is a challenge to manage. Well, we have a completely, we cut completely SOx, PM. Unfortunately, for CO2 point of view, at the funnel, what we save, it is not so much. We just save 7-8% of CO2 reduction in the downstream. So what I'm saying right now, the reason we cannot speak about gray methanol is because we have a CO2 reduction of 7%, 8%. If we think about that we produce methanol from LNG in the total life cycle, it is not a viable solution. So we have to speak about green methanol, that currently we have a supply chain and cost problem. Okay, I'm introducing now the topic of the e-fuel about methanol, and to introduce the e-methanol, I just shared initially this chart. It is basically the hydrogen production by renewable energy. Okay, as we know, we need a renewable source. We need a system, the so-called electrolyzer, that needs energy and water, demi-water. So this is not a simple system. We cannot just pick up the water from the sea. The electrolyzer today, we don't have big electrolyzer. Okay, we have a small electrolyzer, and this is also one of the big challenge that must be solved. But we are in a chicken egg situation. Nobody's going to invest on electrolyzer because the hydrogen is too much expensive, and nobody's going to buy. So we are still in this initial stage. As soon as hydrogen is produced, well, we need to distribute, we have to bring to fuel cell and so on. Well, if we stop at the orange line, we may think about to input the hydrogen in a chemical reactor and to produce the so-called e-methanol. Okay, so why this idea, it is very, very interesting, and in the last year is taking, a lot of attention, because in this reactor, we put hydrogen and we put CO2. The same CO2 that we can, take from a carbon capture system. So it is very, on the paper, it is very interesting. You take CO2, you create methanol, you can create a gasoline, you put the gasoline in a ship, okay, diesel in a ship, back CO2 to the atmosphere. So this is the so-called closed CO2 cycle. For who is interested, this is already happening in Chile. There is a quite big plant. It is invested by VW and MAN. They are already producing the so-called e-fuel, electrical fuel. Well, coming to the fit on the ground. Today, the shipping is the demand of fuel, fossil fuel, including yachting, is around 300 million tons of fuel every year. Today, the overall production of methanol is around 180 million as a commodity. So from this number, we can just guess, okay, how much is the step that we have to do to make sure that every ships in the world, when they need in a port to fuel, to bunker methanol, how much is the effort that we have to do. So we have a supply chain problem. That's why we expect in the years ahead only oil chemical ship, and in very few cases they will still use methanol. On the other side, in order to uptake the e-methanol production, there are some very important investment also by some government. We will see this. We are watching this in North Europe, but also in China, in Canada. So we have this kind of experimental methanol production plant, okay, because it's still a new technology, and they works only in case of a business model. What does it mean? This is an example in the North Europe. It's going to be a small 2000 TEU feeder container ship that run between Baltic and the Scandinavia. So the vessel has a fixed route and does not have supply chain, because one of the port where the vessel load and unload the container, they will also make bunker. Okay, so methanol for now works only for vessels that have a very clear sailing route. The second part of this presentation, I will share some project that we finished, or it's still ongoing by Rina. Please, I apologize if you may feel kind of, how can I say, advertising ourselves. We don't have this intention. It's just to show to you which one is the, investment and which kind of project or makers are, betting on methanol. This is a project for an AIDA cruise vessel built in Europe, where the ship owner signed an agreement with the German manufacturer, of methanol fuel cell, in order to install this fuel cell on board of this cruise ship as experimental fuel cell. So the fuel cell is completely, uncoupled from the ship's energy production and switchboards, provide the energy to some cabins, but the key purpose is to check how the fuel cell works on board. Okay, one of the biggest problems when you have to certify an equipment that is innovative, there are some elements of a ships that you don't have on the on the land. Basically, ships is rolling, is pitching. The space are limited, you have vibration. So, the fuel cell is on board and is running, and we as a class society, we are recording, which one can be some fault by this equipment. Then this is a project that we signed. It's a tripartite agreement that we signed in 2021 with a very important design house from China. That's SDARI, together with MAN. We decided to take an MR tanker, a 50K DWT, and to see how this vessel can be upgraded using methanol. So the design target was to see what is the best location of the storage tank, service tank, fuel preparation room, bunker facility, and the helping by MAN that, at that time, they give us the data for their two-stroke main engine. Not only big units and cruise ship, but we also, we are in a cooperation with the Swedish Maritime Administration in order to retrofit some local pilot boats. This kind of ship, they don't have supply chain problem because, they always work in a port. So for them, it's very easy to get methanol. Supply chain does not mean just a fixed infrastructure. So you can compensate a supply chain that does not exist building bunker tanker. So this is a cooperation that we have with an Italian design house in order to think about how, you can put on the sea a methanol bunker tanker in order to, supply methanol to other type of ship that may need methanol. Not only supply, but also users. We issue an approval in principle certificate for a 4-stroke MAN dual fuel methanol engine, giving a notation methanol ready. It means for design point of view, the engine is approved. We still need the final test in the workshop. Again, as you can see, how many aspects of the shipping you have to work in order to make sure, the ship owners, they can bet on one fuel. Actually, you know, because in Italy, as you may know, we have a really a huge presence of shipyards that produce yachts. You know, even if most of the requirements about the CII and so on, they're not applicable for yachting.
Yeah, you should be moving on to the ammonia presentation right
Just
now.
finish the yachting part and then. You know, even if it's not applicable, this is an industry where there is a lot of attention on the environment. So we are working with several super yacht shipyards that, you know, are upgrading their yachts with using methanol. Finally, you know, as a regulator and as a, you know, a verified third-party body, we will always support who is doing that kind of activity, you know, issuing notation or statement for compliance. I will move now immediately.
Yes, please go ahead. You have around 10 minutes now.
It's okay. I think it's loading. Fine. So this infographics, it's you know, it has a lot to do of how much when we speak about innovative fuel. Actually, this is just one part of the picture. There is another part, another piece of the puzzle that is in the ports. We as Arena, we are, you know, we think it is extremely important to know what is happening also on the land, because new fuels will change quite a lot also the ports infrastructure. So not only shore connection, but you know, really ammonia supply and the hydrogen supply and so on. Green ammonia is a part of this transition toward, you know, the zero neutrality, a transition that cannot happen alone. We need several players. And the biggest step is, of course, to reduce the fossil fuel production and you balance with the renewable. Here, you know, we list you know, some other possibility on which we are studying, and we do believe they will help, you know, together with also ammonia. Why ammonia? First of all, it doesn't have any carbon. Okay, so you cut at the origin the presence of carbon. It is, you know, a mass product known very well, like the methanol. It is, you know, shipped by vessel by LPG carrier since many years, and you know, we know how to manage. It is liquid, you know, you need to pressurize or you need to cool it down, but not in condition so much difficult like hydrogen. That's why it is called the easy hydrogen, because you can move, you can produce hydrogen or you can produce ammonia, you shift it to the location, and then you convert to hydrogen, because hydrogen, you need to cool it down to minus 260. Actually, you have to spend a lot of energy for this refrigerator. On the other side, it is rich of N2, N2O, NOx. It is extremely toxic. It is corrosive. We have a big problem with combustion. One of the biggest challenge the engine manufacturer they are facing right now is how to design the combustion chamber of an engine that burn ammonia. This is the typical process that on the land is producing ammonia since the beginning of the 1900s. It's called the Haber-Bosch process. What is the biggest problem with this process? It is extremely energy intensive. It needs a lot of energy, okay? So ammonia, you know, when we talk about ammonia, we must talk about green ammonia, because I read some numbers actually, the total worldwide energy available, I mean, 1% is used to produce ammonia. So this process is really energy intensive. Moving into green ammonia, we must pass through to blue ammonia, okay? So the carbon capture topic is always back, but as we know, it is right now not applicable for ships. You know, you heard it about a lot, but technology is not ready yet. The system is extremely big and is very heavy. So you are going to have a very big funnel and extremely heavy. This is the, you know, what should be the green ammonia value chain. So we produce hydrogen. We have a Haber-Bosch process that use renewable energy. And then, you know, we can use green ammonia for marine fuel. About the users, this is the three, you know, most important manufacturer for engine. Something, you know, maybe MAN and Wärtsilä, they are one step a little bit ahead. MAN for the through-stroke, they said end of 2024, they will make it available for a shipyard. And then Wärtsilä also, they are conducting some tests, we believe maybe, you know, end of 2024 or beginning of 2025. So the TRL is extremely low. We don't have a single running hour on engine with ammonia. A very, you know, fast list of projects just to share with you what is happening in, you know, in our perspective for shipping. Again, with SDARI, we are working on the same MR tanker to make it fuel also with ammonia. I'm very glad to mention this project, not because Rina is the coordinator, but because, you know, it is important to know how much the European Union is funding this kind of R&D project. In this project, we have university, shipping company, engine manufacturer, R&D institution, just to get at the end to understand how users should be engine, boilers, burners, okay? Which kind of innovation we need in order to make it work with ammonia. This is the timeline, and you know, as you can see, for each year we have the expected TRL to reach. So by the end of 2027, at least for the energy, at least for the design concept of the users, we will get some results for ammonia equipment. Moving ahead. This is also a project that we are coordinating. Again, you know, when you don't have a supply chain in shipping, likely we can build bunker tankers. This is one project of around 13K with the design company in Singapore. This is a very important design company from China, on which we issue an approval in principle for a new Castlemax, so a 200K DWT fuel with ammonia. We also complete an approval in principle for an MR tanker with Guangzhou Shipyard International, an MR tanker fuel with ammonia. I think it's a 45K DWT ship. From the big coming to the small, with the Pax Ocean Engineering Singapore, we also work on a very small let's say, a port utility ship that is fully electrified, but also with the, you know, possibility to be fueled with ammonia. This is another project in which this is a new building. It's a real project where we work with a design company, MES. Shipyard is San Giorgio del Porto. It is based in Genova and Piombino, and Gassenit is the manufacturer for the pressure vessel. This is going to be an LNG bunker tanker, which tanks are able to load also ammonia. What is the target? To use the current fleet of LNG bunker tanker to use one day also for ammonia. Okay. In this way, we will follow the LNG as a transition fuel. When and if the technology for ammonia is ready, you can use the same ship without changing the tanks. Here, the biggest challenge actually is the material, because ammonia, compared with LNG, is extremely corrosive.
Mr. Zagari, you should be wrapping up
Yeah,
by
yeah,
now.
so I finished. Imagine I already finished. This is a new building project just signed. You know, Grimaldi is one of the biggest ship owner for PCTC in the world. We are talking about 10 units signed with the China merchant. All these vessels are ammonia ready. This is an approval in principle we issue to Gas and Heat. This is an example how much approval in principle are important, because this approval in principle, okay, help us that new building project that I showed you before. This is an activity we are doing with the Chinese manufacturer of ammonia fuel supply system, still in China for the tanks. So we try to be there in the whole value chain. And I close, you know, reminding that it is our duty to give available to ship owner and shipyard rules that are easy to be applied and they can give a value to your investment. Okay, I finish with these slides just to remind that sometimes it is extremely important to make investment, you know, when it's time to make a step in an energy transition. I close and I thanks to you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Zagaria. And I'm sorry for rushing you, but we are really short on time. It was very interesting. And you gave us some food for thought, I would say, especially with that last line. I think it's very, very interesting and a very nice perspective. So moving on, last but not definitely least, but we will have Dr. Yupeng Wang, who is the Deputy Director of WHI Europe Innovation Center, the Deputy Head of WHI Electronic Control Department, and since 2022 is also the CTO of Aradex AG. Dr. Yupeng has more than 10 years of experience in the test and validation of various electronic control units for different applications, including fuel cells and hydrogen internal combustion engines. So Dr. Yupeng will now present the WHI hydrogen fuel cell and hydrogen ICE technology and application. Please, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Ms. Sierra. And thanks, DGRM and the CCS. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to stand here to introduce our latest progress of WHI hydrogen fuel cell and hydrogen internal combustion engine technology and application. First, I want to show some facts and figures of WHI New Energy Company. So the company is established in 2070, and till now we have more than 600 employees, 60% of them with master or higher degrees. Till now, in order to build up the simulation, the test and the verification, and production capabilities. So we invested more than 4 billion yuan till now. So, and also we can produce at least 20,000 units per year for the fuel cell engine system. And in order to speed up the international progress of our business, so we own 4 or integrated 4 overseas companies like Ceres Power, focus on the SOFC, and Ballard, focus on the hydrogen fuel cell, and Aradex, focus on the converter, inverter, motor, and the last one is Fisher, so who is focus on the ultra speed air compressor. So we could provide different solutions for new energy, like fuel cell, hybrid, and pure electric. So we will get all the requirements from the end customer in different application scenarios, like the heavy duty truck, the bus, the light duty truck, and the forklift, the shape, and so on. Then we will provide the powertrain systems. As here you can say the fuel cell is our very important business for the powertrain as a powertrain supplier. And after we get the requirements, we will decompose the subsystem requirements as well as the key parts and the basic parts. Here you can see some hydrogen fuel system, the hydrogen storage system, converters, as well as the air compressors here. So in order to make our products more stable and reliable, so we need to rely on our R&D working process. And we will follow the V model development process strictly. And to make every requirement, we will test and verify it, and to make sure the traceability of every requirement. At the same time, and we put more emphasis on the simulation. So this will save a lot of test resources. And so that's why we put more efforts on the simulation. And the last but not least is we build up more than 60 PEM fuel cell test benches. So let's try to test every functional and the performance of a fuel cell system. If we talk about the testing and verification, so we will do a lot of environmental tests, and something like the high and low temperature test, the cold start test, EMC test, and MH test, and so on. So till now, we already built up 36 demo vehicles in different applications, like buses, logistic vehicles, heavy duty vehicles, and with a total verification range of 4 million kilometers and maximum 200,000 kilometers for a single vehicle. Through the design, the simulation, the test, and the verification, we already set up some or integrate some key technology here. I will make some summary of 3 directions. The first one is the control. So the fuel cell system control is the the brain, something like the brain. So it's very important. We will pay a lot of attention on the air subsystem, the hydrogen subsystem, as well as the thermal management subsystem. The second one is the cold start. So the stability of the hydrogen fuel cell system, if we want to create benefit for our customer, so the reliable of the system is very important. So we will analyze the cold start mechanism and then try to optimize it. The last one is the reliability and the durability. So we will every failures happens, we will analyze it deeply. So then we will try to optimize the design or make some control strategies to optimize it from the control direction. Currently, we have, you can see the table are listed our current products. The rated power from 50 kilowatts to 200 kilowatts. You can also find the power density, the efficiency, the dimensions, and pictures here. And we have some products, so we need to make sure that we can supply our supply ability will be very important for if we go to high volume. So we build a big plant. Currently it's occupied 25,000 square meters with automated production lines for plate, stack, and system. So yearly we could produce graphite bipolar plates around about 500,000 pieces. For the fuel cell stack, we could produce 40,000 pieces per year. And for the fuel cell engine system, we could produce 20,000 pieces. Here we will see some application scenarios. Till now, a total of 300 77 hydrogen fuel cell vehicles have been sent to various application scenarios, such as the mining trucks, the ships, the power generation, and so on, with a total operating mileage of over 30 million kilometers. Here you can see the heavy duty truck for the last year's Winter Olympics. This is driven by the hydrogen fuel cell. So I also want to give some examples on the ship application. Here you can see a conference yacht. This is the first fuel cell conference yacht, which included 74 seats. It's developed in September 2021. So it's now serving in the Xueye Lake, which is located in Jinan, Shandong Province in China. So it's equipped with a hydrogen electric hybrid energy supply system, in which the dual motors and the propellers as the main propulsion. Here you can see the main mechanism of the shape, and here you can also find some nominal parameters of the yacht. So for this yacht, it have some technical advantages. The first one is a modular layout and the regulatory compliance. The hydrogen storage system, hydrogen supply pipeline, the ventilation system, fuel cell, and so on are designed in accordance with the guidelines and the regulations of the China Classification Society. From the safety aspect, we will separate the hydrogen and the electric, which will make the whole system more safe. At the same time, we will use the centralized pressure release device, which will gather the hydrogen and put it higher than 2 meters. And we also do some jobs on the reliable side, and do a lot of modification on the shock absorption, and also use the double wall tube to make sure it could make the large bending radius. So this is the last slide. I also want to introduce our progress on the internal combustion engine. So currently our because Weichai is how say specialized in diesel engine. So currently we also working on the hydrogen internal combustion engine. The technical roadmap is we use supercharger, lean burn, EGR, and SAR. So we have 2 different engines. We are doing the experiment. The first one, we use the 30-liter engine, which the injection will use the multi-port injection. The second one is a 15-liter engine. We'll use the direct injection. So the hydrogen internal combustion engine have some advantages. It will simplify the emission after treatment system, and the TCO, the total TCO will lower and also have high efficiency. So in the future, we are doing some test bench performance test, and it's completed, and we are working on the reliability test. So in the future, we will use this engine in the ship direction, like cargo ship, port ship, cruise ship, or public service ship. So that's all from my presentation. Thanks for.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yu Peng. That was also very enlightening. A couple more alternatives in the technology side to be deployed. Unfortunately, we have only 6 minutes for questions. Oh, I see. We have 10. So please, I would like to open up the floor for your participation. I'm sure that there must be several questions. No? I'm surprised. Very surprised. Yes, please. We need the microphone here at the front, please.
So thank you. A quick note to congratulate the speakers for this panel. Of course, a quick comment and one question, and the question is pretty much to the panel. But the comment is indeed for as far as a silver bullet for renewable and low carbon fuels, we cannot identify one that is going to be predominant. Certainly biofuels in a first stage and biofuel blends will play an important role in the decarbonization. But as we move forward, solutions like methanol and ammonia become a higher appetite. But for methanol in particular, and this is the question on that I would like to now focus on. For methanol in particular, we see it being announced as a mid to long-term fuel to be adopted, especially for ships or deep sea ships that require higher amounts of energy. However, for green synthetic methanol, eligibility of carbon industrial carbon has a sunset date. So I would like to ask for all those in the panel that have been looking at green synthetic methanol, how do you see this medium to long-term challenge of carbon eligibility? And if you see ammonia as a potential way out in the medium to long-term alternative. We have engaged with several stakeholders, ship owners who without naming, of course, but that have identified ammonia as a potential way out to the challenge of carbon eligibility from 2040 as per the delegated acts for Renewable Energy Directive. It's a bit of a specific question. I understand it's a question that is driven a bit by regulatory complexity, which is the eligibility of carbon for production of green synthetic methanol. And indeed, different ship operating profiles, different geographies will elect different fuels as the best candidates. So we cannot really anticipate a roadmap. But I would like to ask, how do you see this this perspective in the in the medium to long term? Thank you.
Thank you. That's a very complex and but very interesting question indeed. Yes, sure.
Thank you very much for your question. I'm 62 years old and I still do not understand why people is pointing to methanol to ammonia. There is no ammonia for everybody. There is no methanol for everybody. Either the fuels are chemicals that are used in other processes. The world is deficient in methanol for the other industries. The world is deficient in ammonia for agriculture, for example. Okay, Germany built a big factory of ammonia, green ammonia, in the south of Russia. Check worldwide in terms of statistics, who are the bigger producers of ammonia in the world? China, Russia, Ukraine, and so we are looking for something that does not exist. The other point, okay, you may argue it may exist later on. No, but that reality that reality for shipping is competing with the reality of other industries, namely agriculture. Brazil is with the rope on the neck because of fertilizers. India said, I'm not going to export anymore ammonia. We need it for ourselves. So we need to be realistic. I'm sorry, it looks that everybody, they look like parrots. Ammonia, 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 you know? We need to be a little bit, then. There is the other thing that is the impact on the ship design. Remember that about 60% of the world fleet is just about 10 years. So they will be remaining around the seas for a long, long time. So this means that we need to arrange a solution for the existing vessels. Maybe arranging new routes to produce the goods nearby, you know, because this fuel thing has a very big impact on the humanity in terms of quality of life. And just to avoid to grab the microphone only for me, the best fuel is the one that exists on the operational geographical area where the ships operate. Tell me, which is the best solution to get in terms of, so we have the hydrocarbons, synthetic hydrocarbons may be a good solution, definitely with the circular carbon, is hydrogen. You can have solar panels in Africa, here in Portugal at Sines, everywhere. So the thing is to point in this direction. The impact, and just regarding the calorific value of the fuels that we are talking, or these commodities, have a very strong impact on the ship architecture. So, for example, for ammonia, we need to have at least double. It is just about 18 megajoules per kilogram. We need to have at least the double of the tanking capacity on board. If we look at the methanol, just about the same, 2.5 times. So this has the ship either transports cargo or fuel. Okay, so we should look at nuclear, okay, nuclear. Remember that in 1961, the first cargo ship with nuclear propulsion did the Savannah, exact. And why not to look at wind propulsion? French have been doing quite a lot of projects using wind. Remember, we need to remember that shipping 100 years ago was ecologic, no CO2 emissions, only the coal for the oven at the galley, okay? So why are we needing so much energy? Because the society is eager to transport goods from one side of the world to the other faster and faster. Okay, so make it easy.
Yeah,
Be pragmatic.
I think it's a good point, and it's something that we have talked about before, because fuel option and fuel transition is a part of it, but is not the only part of it. Energy efficiency is very important. Obviously, technologies like wind propulsion, maybe not for the entire propulsion of the ship, but for assistance and reducing the fuel consumption could actually be very, very interesting. Do you want to follow up on that?
I would like to add a few comments on this, because I have a slightly different opinion from George. We are pragmatic and agnostic regarding technologies. We know what happened in the last 20 years in the renewable space, and the amazing developments that we had on wind and on solar that allowed us to reach today and understand that now in some parts of the value chain, we are able to replace what we have with a lower cost. And we believe that we hope that we'll be able to do that in these ecosystems. Each use case will have a different approach, so we believe that methanol, and especially on the point about the sustainability of CO2, which is really important because obviously to produce methanol, we need to have sustainable CO2 in the long term. We expect to use the rules that will be on board. And so right now we are working with 2041, which is what we have on the table. We understand that for the regulator, it's a thin line between not giving enough time for the payback of a project or giving too much time and not working on a more sustainable long-term solution. We understand that. A project starting development now will be on board on producing in 26, 27, 28. It's short. That's our view, and we are working on a methanol project with that sort of CO2. There's a lot of biogenic CO2 available in the world, so I think many projects will start looking at that, and we also believe that in the long term we'll need to have direct air capture solutions to really being able to produce the methanol that the market would need. Will the market get there needing all that methanol? We don't know. It will depend also on how other solutions, either hydrogen directly with LOHC or other option, or ammonia, will evolve. The good side for ammonia is that ammonia today, as George mentioned, is a huge commodity needing to be decarbonized. And so just for that, there's a lot of developments going on. The projects that we are developing, we don't believe that the first green ammonia molecules that we will sell will be for bunkering. They will be for the fertilizer industry. And that will help scale the whole production side. And then on the other side, hopefully, vessels will start working. We'll have engines on that. We see a lot of startups working on that. And maybe that will also be a solution, which apparently per unit of energy is cheaper than methanol. So we'll see.
You would have to be super quick. Can you make it in less than a minute? But please.
Sorry. There are other aspects. So a part of the ammonia availability is the crew training. Is poisonous. Have you been inside of a room with 10 ppm of ammonia? You just run away. Okay, I have been. I know what it makes to my nose. So it is explosive. And as well has the methanol. And the lack of rules, training for the people, what to do in case of a big problem when if there is a damage. And at the same time, there is not even one commercial engine operating with ammonia. I have been following very close, okay, with Wärtsilä, working for Wärtsilä. There is not even one injecting ammonia at -33 degrees inside of a combustion chamber that is at 2000 degrees. It is crazy in terms of material stress. Anyhow, so, okay.
Yeah, we do have a lot of room for discussion. I encourage you to take the discussions further. You want to?
We saw your roadmap. We saw your roadmap for the new fuels. The question is how you get the green energy for that roadmap. You are going to produce green energy, or are you going to use it from the offshore wind farms like we showed in the morning?
Please be quick in your
I'll be
answer.
very quick. Again, well, Galp is an integrated player. We have a pipeline of 5 gigawatts of renewable capacity in Iberia under development and another 5 in Brazil. So we believe we'll have the renewable resources to supply the production of green hydrogen. So it will be supplied with renewable, solar, wind, complying with all the regulation that we have in EU regarding additionality, synchronism. So there's a lot of topics to address here, but yes, we will do it with renewable resources in geographies where those renewable resources are highly competitive to lower the cost of hydrogen.
Just let me tell.
I mean, how can I resist?
Very quickly. You know who is, imagine this, one guy is producing renewable energy that can sell straight away to the grid. Why is this guy selling the energy to a factory that is extremely inefficient?
To supply markets that cannot be supplied
With a crazy price.
Okay. Yes, we need to decarbonize all the sectors.
Yes, please, Giuseppe, come in.
Whenever you can use electricity, please do. Okay, and that's like 2/3 of the uses. Then we need other alternatives, and that's where these synthetic fuels will need to kick in.
Well, I will wrap up. This has been very interesting. No more. Well, I do encourage you to continue the discussions afterwards. I think this is a very, very timely topic, one that will obviously shape the debate going forward. I think it was pretty clear that there is no one size fits all solution, and each of these alternative fuels and technologies have advantages and disadvantages. And so it needs a little bit more in-depth discussion, innovation, investment as well. Obviously, the regulatory framework also plays a big role. And I think we will see a very exciting future for the shipping industry in the next 20, 30 years. So I thank you very much for your attention, for the very, very good presentations given by the lecturers. And yes, thank you, everyone.
So thank you. A special round of applause for this very interesting discussion in this panel. And we are now pleased to invite you to the stage the signatories of the Hydrogen Pioneer Project, Mr. Jorge Antunes and Mr. Michel Vermeulen. I also invite the representative of the ship owner associated to this project, Mr. Manuel Barros. The protocol will set the agreement terms between Mitsubishi and Tecnoveritas for the development of a conversion project in Portugal for an engine to be supplied by Mitsubishi to become dual fuel, with the objective of becoming prepared to consume hydrogen as the main fuel based on the solution from LOHC. Can I invite you to say a few words about the project?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Michel Vermeulen, Sales Manager Marine at Mitsubishi Turbocharger and Engine Europe. We belong to the Engine and Energy division of Mitsubishi Heavy Industries. As such, we are involved in the development of solutions towards zero emissions. As you all will understand, and also heard today, these developments take time. Last year, we have been contacted by Technoveritas to agree a partnership for the development of a dual fuel hydrogen engine. We warmly support this initiative as a transition solution, which can also be applied as a retro kit for the existing diesel engine population. Also, I would like to thank the other parties involved, like ProGainer, HiChem, Doer Azul, Bureau Veritas, and the Portuguese Maritime Authority, or DGRM. Together, we can move the world forward to a zero emission future. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, all. So my name is Manuel Barros. I'm here representing Doer Azul, part of Mystic Invest Holding. So we have river vessels with the Doer Azul company, but we have also Mystic Cruises that we are operating for exporter vessels. And we have also Mystic Ocean that we have a standard cruise vessel. So Jorge Antunes already explained our role in this program. So we are a company with 30 years already. We built several vessels, river vessels here in Portugal. And since the beginning of the construction, we wanted to be innovative. So we can give few examples that we wanted to be on the forefront of this sustainable green shipping. So we had short connections already in our Gaia harbor. We have dual fuel engines with HVO. We have solar panels, and we try to be always going on front. So now we decided to give this big step ahead, because this is now with this critical period that we are passing with the zero emissions. So we are following this project nearby. So we already participate in the meetings. We already visit the premises from Mitsubishi. So we will continue in such a way that we will show the success of the project in such a way to implement these engines in our new buildings. So all the luck. Thank you.
I wish to thank deeply all the people involved, because this is a bunch of people of goodwill. So Mitsubishi is entering with one engine. We are entering with knowledge and also lots of electronics, etc. But I would like very much, and in particular, to thank the Director General Simão, José Simão, because he has been a believer. And this means that all of us, we need to be believers. So let's believe that we can go ahead, to step ahead, and to bring technology from Portugal to the maritime world back again after so many years of being explorers. Let's see. Let's try. Let's do our best. We need people and we need believers. Thank you very much, all the believers. Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we are now entering the final part of our workshop. For the closing remarks, I'm pleased to invite to the stage the president of CCS, Mr. Sun Fong, the executive director of EMSA, Mrs. Marja Markovsik-Kostelak, and His Excellency, the Portuguese Secretary of State for the Sea, José Maria Costa. The President of CCS, Mr. Sun Pong, will take the floor.
Sorry. Mr. Director, Mr. Costa, Mr. Simon, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to come to Lisbon to attend this workshop and to see all shareholders in this room having the dynamic discuss on the green shipping. First, I would like to congratulate on this successful workshop. I would also like to thank DGRM for the effort to organize this workshop and thank all the speakers, moderators, and participants for your contribution with constructive interaction. During the discussion, we have addressed the target, the strategy, perspective, and the solution for green shipping. The aim of this workshop is to promote sharing and exchanging information and real experience among the regulators and industry partners. We are glad to see that we have achieved this aim, and each of the subject matters, both analysis and solution, are well presented today. We have discussed quite a few solutions and aware that the difference in the ship type, tonnage, service area, and voyage will lead to different solutions. For example, due to the energy density of the battery, given the same endurance, it may need 49 times the space for storage of the battery on the ship compared to the fuel oil. It seems to make the electric solution fit for short voyage shipping only. So the pathway for the decarbonization in the shipping sectors are diversified, and there are still many uncertainties and challenges for us to take common actions. First, we realize that technologies are the driving force for future solutions. With innovation in technology, what is impossible now may become possible in the future. The case I've just mentioned about battery can be only suitable for short voyage. But with the development of the wireless charge, better powered ocean-going vessel may become a feasible solution. So technology gave us more solution for future. In the meantime, we also talk a lot about the regulation. Global regulation is still ongoing and will affect the choice of the pathway, which one is the best and most economic is still uncertain. We also talk about the challenges, availability and sustainability of the green fuel supply at the global levels are one of the biggest challenges. as well as the banking installation and facility. Another big challenge is safety in the use of the alternative fuel and lack of the standard and experience. With above the uncertain and challenge, global shipping emission reduction already become the common understanding among the industry. And it is certain that the target of the emission reduction cannot be achieved by the single country or single industry. At today's discussion, the key word is cooperation. CITES has carried out the research focused on the uncertain and challenge. We are very pleased to share with you and cooperate with you. The one-day workshop come to an end, but I believe it is the start of our close partnership and cooperation. We are looking forward to work together with everybody here to meet the challenge and build bright future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sung Sang. The Executive Director of the EMSA, Mrs. Marja Markovczyk-Kostelak, will now take the floor.
Good afternoon, boa tarde. Senhor Secretário de Estado, caro Senhor Costa, dear Director General of the DGRM, dear José, dear Mr. Tia Van Huang, Deputy Director of Marine Environment Division of the IMO, dear Mr. Sung Feng, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to provide a concluding remark on this flag workshop on the green shipping organized by the Portuguese Maritime Administration, which has been well attended and still is well attended by the representatives of the IMO, European Commission, Portuguese competent authorities, but which is at least equally important by the industry. As we know, shipping is at the verge of an energy transition that requires the cooperation and involvement of all stakeholders to ultimately reduce greenhouse gas footprint and to mitigate environmental impacts of international shipping. EMSA has been actively involved at the side of the European Commission and the European member states, but I dare to say at the side of the industry as well for this important sustainable transition. We are all aware that the stable and forward-looking legal framework is the essential for this transition. Therefore, I use this opportunity to congratulate the European Commission, the member states, and the European Parliament for having reached an agreement on Fuel EU Maritime, which together with the extension of the ETS to the maritime transport, define the new requirements that will apply as the next years for the shipping in the EU, as a part for what we know as a Fit for 55 package of measures that should contribute to the overall global GHG reductions and to uptake of low and zero carbon fuels and technologies. Now that the negotiation at the political level has been concluded, EMSA comes in the picture in the support of the implementation and the enforcement. As a matter of fact, the implementation phase has already started for the industry, but also for EMSA. The agency is currently working against the clock for necessary enhancement of the system which we call TETIS MRV, the IT system through which shipping companies report on their annual CO2 emissions, which is hosted by EMSA and which needs to be transformed to also enable the reporting in accordance with the ETS extension and the Fuel EU Maritime. We heard today also the importance of the certification of fuels, and this is going to be a substantial task to be tackled at the national level. The reduction of GHG emissions and the decarbonization of the sector is clearly a priority. Data obtained from Tethys MRV so far indicates that the CO2 emissions from international shipping did not yet decrease in real terms. Given our much needed ambitious objective and climate neutrality of the EU by 2050, with the intermediate objective of the reduction of 55% of greenhouse gas emission by 2030, as well as our environmental agenda, shipping is undoubtedly facing a transformation that will be structural, deep, and thorough. Being aware of the importance of the maritime transport and all its components for the entire global and EU economy, but also for our most vulnerable communities like the small islands, we are adamant to both building on the existing efforts and bring together new initiatives to further drive this transition of all maritime stakeholders towards sustainable solutions. Therefore, I applaud the launching of the Hydrogen Pioneer Project as the example of industry cooperation, joint forces and capacities to develop the optimal solutions. These kind of partnerships and the pioneer approach, the vision, is exactly what is needed today to give a power to the winds of change. EMSA as well has gathered over time a considerable experience and developed target studies on the use of alternative power solutions for ships. The first study on the use of biofuels was released at the end of last year. As we know, biofuels are ready-to-be-used alternatives for shipping. Their drop-in characteristic or the possibility to replace conventional fossil fuels without substantial modification of engines may offer one of the immediate alternatives for existing shipping. Among the broad spectrum of technologies and fuel solutions, ammonia has also been signaled as the potential long-term fuel that could enter the market relatively quickly and offer a zero or near zero carbon solutions. That's why EMSA also released the second study on the use of ammonia last year. This study had nevertheless identified a number of barriers for its deployment, including the access of renewable electricity for its green production, technology and regulatory gaps, which would prevent its immediate application, as well as a number of safety concerns. Further studies are underway, notably the use of hydrogen and wind-assisted propulsion that we expect to be ready by the end of this year. The experience gained in the Just Signed project will be very valuable in this process. Further ahead, we also plan additional studies on the use of synthetic fuels and the waste heat recovery systems. Altogether, these technologies are the key to the success of the green transformation of shipping and in the mitigation of its environmental footprint. Although concentrate on the process of sustainable transformation, we should not lose the focus on safety. Safety is conditio sine qua non, and therefore safety aspects of each sustainable solution should be carefully considered. Moving forward, we have to adjust the safety agenda to ensure sustainable shipping. We have to consider that the technological innovations, which are already being trialed, implemented, or are yet to be developed across the sector, have an essential associated safety dimension and have the potential for enhancing the green credentials of shipping, while at the same time increase or at least sustain the safety performance. The nature of some of the alternative fuels, such as ammonia or hydrogen, suggests an in-depth analysis of the safety implications that will have and a review of the methodologies which we are currently using in the sector to assess the risk that are associated with the use of technology on board the ship. In this context, EMSA is working on its Safety for Sustainability program. Launching this year 2 studies relates to the safety of ammonia and biofuels, and is planning to publish a guidance on the safety of battery energy storage systems on board. This follows the publication of the first European Maritime Safety Report in 2022, which already includes the main safety challenges that shipping is facing due to the implementation of greener technologies. Another important dimension that needs to be considered in the context of the deployment of new fuels and powering technology is the supply chain, in which ports play a critical role. At this stage, port infrastructure developments relating to alternative sources of power and emission reduction are still limited. To date, only 33 ports in EU have available high voltage onshore power supply, while in terms of ships, there are 290 OPS ready ships. The FuelEU Maritime and the new regulation on alternative fuels infrastructure will introduce the requirement for container and passenger vessels to use onshore power supply or another zero emission technology in ports as from 2030. And the target for certain ports for the deployment of short-side electricity supply in maritime ports and for inland waterways of vessels as well. Last year, EMSA published a guidance to support the development of short-side electricity in ports, onshore power supply solutions in cooperation with the European ports and other relevant maritime stakeholders. The agency also published a guidance on the safe transportation of electrical vehicles on board the vessels, so cooperating with the greening efforts on the land transport. Dear colleagues, when we talk about zero-emission shipping and the potential of alternative solution, it is important that we keep a holistic approach and consider the benefits in the context of the whole spectrum of impact to the environment and human health. Given that approximately 40% of EU population lives within 50 kilometers of the sea, air pollution from ships such as SOx and NOx are a particular concern for coastal communities. Here, the adoption of Mediterranean SECA marked by the last MEPC, and which will enter into the force in May next year, is an important milestone. I know that a paper has been now tabled at the IMO for the next MEPC as the first step for the creation of the ECA in the Atlantic North, and Portugal is among its active promoters. I commend this initiative. You know that you can always count on the support of EMSA. Coming to the IMO, we know that shipping is international and that the international regulatory framework for shipping is optimal, providing that it is future-proofed, practical, implementable, and sufficiently ambitious. Therefore, we are committed to the continuation of our discussions with the partners in the IMO towards more ambitious approach in the reduction of GHG emissions from the international shipping. In that context, important outcomes are expected from the forthcoming 15 intersessional working group on GHG emissions from ships and, of course, from MEPC 80. During these 2 meetings, we expect the adoption of the revision of the GHG strategy, the finalization of the selection of the mid-term measures for the strategy, and the adoption of the marine fuel life cycle guidelines. And finally, to take the pulse of maritime transport sector sustainability transition, I would also like to take this opportunity to share with you that we are working on the second edition of our MTER report, together with our colleagues from the European Environmental Agency, and in a close cooperation with our stakeholders. The report is a follow-up of the first edition, which was published in 2021, and looks far-reaching effects of the marine transport to the environment and human health. In doing this, it zooms in on the effects of shipping on climate, air quality, marine flora and fauna, and the health of our citizens. For this, we are looking forward to involve all stakeholders in the process towards Center 2, which will be released at the end of next year. We are in the middle of the transition that will impact each and every of us. Only by joining our efforts and our capabilities, we will be able to meet the ambitious targets that lie ahead of us, and while at the same time, making our great cluster even more competitive and attractive for the new generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Obrigada, Mrs. Marja Markovic Kornbach. Now, before we close the meeting, and before I want you to get prepared for the group photo, which we'll do after we close the meeting. So I called His Excellency, the Secretary of State for the Sea, José Maria Costa, to the stage.
Muito boa tarde a todos. Dear General Director of DGRM, dear Executive Director of EMPSA, Maia Kostelek, cara amiga. Dear President of CCS, Sun Feng, welcome to Portugal. Dear representative from European Commission, dear representative from IMO, dear authorities. First of all, let me speak some words in Camões language, ok? Muito boa tarde a todos. Permitam-me com umas pequenas palavras em português iniciar esta intervenção, que no fundo vai concluir um dia inteiro de trabalhos, e permitam-me também que faça aqui uma referência muito especial ao Diretor-Geral da DGRM e à sua equipa pela organização deste evento. Tivemos a oportunidade de ver a atualidade deste tema, a enorme responsabilidade que recai sobre todos os parceiros, mas acima de tudo uma enorme oportunidade para todos. É de facto uma área de intervenção que tem múltiplas conexões com muitas áreas, desde o conhecimento, a inovação, a indústria, a regulação, aquilo que tem a ver também com o próprio transporte marítimo, já para não falar na enorme revolução que os nossos portos vão ter que assumir nos próximos tempos. É de facto um tema de uma extraordinária pertinência, mas também de um enorme desafio para todos. E acima de tudo também este encontro serviu para acentuarmos melhor aquilo que são as oportunidades entre as diversas áreas de investimento, acima de tudo também porque temos várias áreas daquilo que tem a ver com o futuro dos combustíveis. E eu queria fazer também aqui uma particular saudação à Carolina pela extraordinária forma como tanto dirigiu os trabalhos, que não foi fácil, perante a diferença que há das diferentes áreas, dos diferentes objetivos para o futuro, que de facto eu hoje, se fosse armador, teria também algumas dificuldades relativamente àquilo que são as grandes opções, e é disso que se está a falar. Estamos a falar de uma área de uma extraordinária relevância para a humanidade. E ainda o ano passado tivemos, na segunda Conferência dos Oceanos, a relação precisamente entre os oceanos e as alterações climáticas, e aqui o papel do transporte marítimo e do green shipping tem uma importância fundamental naquilo que é também a transformação e aquilo que é também a boa saúde dos oceanos, ou melhor, a nossa boa saúde no futuro. I'm deeply honored to be part of this important event dedicated to green shipping and the development of sustainable solutions. I would like to start my intervention by congratulating all speakers and moderators for excellency of their presentations and for the quality of the sessions. I would also like to congratulate the Portuguese Maritime Administration for the organization of this workshop and for bringing to the debate the sustainable future for maritime transport. It was a pleasure to learn about the developments in such important areas like the trends of the maritime industry, the advances of the new sustainable maritime fuels, as well as the future perspectives on technology development. I therefore must congratulate the fruitful exchange of ideas and interesting facts brought in the discussion. We are living very challenging times. First, it was the pandemic emergency and its economic and social impacts. Then the war in Ukraine, followed by an energy crisis and rising inflation. The world has changed significantly over the 3 years last, and those events were not possible to predict. The good news is that the Portuguese economy has proved to be resilient and responded quite well to the internal and external challenge it faced in the last years. I would like to highlight the very good results achieved in 2022 with a growth of 6.7%, the best performance in 35 years and the second highest growth in the European Union. One of the most visible aspects of the ongoing economic recovery in Portugal is the excellent performance of the exports. In 2022, exports of goods and services already represents 50% of GDP, which was only planned for 2025. Portuguese companies have been able to improve their technological and innovation capacity. Nowadays, they produce and export high quality and technologically advanced products. In addition, the blue economy in Portugal has proven to grow at faster rates and to more resilient when compared to the national economy. According to the recent Blue Investor Report, An Ocean for the Opportunities, Portugal is among the European top 5 countries perceived to be the most attractive for the blue economy investments. In addition, Portugal has been improving its position in the international rankings of innovation and entrepreneurship. We occupy the 50th position among the 27 EU member states in the ranking of the Digital Economy and Society Index 2022. Climate change and green transition are amongst the top priority challenge for Portugal, and our focus is on the energy and digital transition in the industry. We are confident that the oceans is our greatest asset to boost the growth of the new sustainable economy, and we believe that blue economy will play a strong role for the development of the green industries. Regarding conservation ambitions, protecting 30% of the ocean by 2030 to safeguard its natural capital is a key priority to Portugal. To accomplish green transition, Portugal is developing a green industrial strategy that will define the legal framework to support the industry in the process of the energy transition and in reaching the targets set in the climate law. In this context, the renewable energies are placed at the forefront of the green transition, giving support to both energy transition and the energy security. To achieve this goal, Portugal aims to launch the first international offshore energy auction by the end of this year. As a result, Portugal faced the challenges of planning the development of a solid supply chain to support the deployment of offshore renewables energies. Portugal targets is to launch offshore renewables auction for a total of 10 gigawatts by 2030. It represents investments estimated at 40,000 million euros, contributing to an estimated of 20,000 jobs creation. This investment is posed as an opportunity for the development of the new industrial sector with high export potential and which will be responsible for a significant number of qualified jobs in the Portuguese industry. Renewable energies already represent almost 60% of electricity consumed in Portugal over the last 2 years. Portugal has set the goal of reaching 80% of electricity produced from the renewable sources by 2030 and achieved carbon neutrality by 2050, but it is possible that this goal is reached as early as 2026. With a strong Atlantic element, Portugal faces the challenges of accelerating the energy transition to allow carbon economy more efficient and sustainable in resource use. The transformation of the Portuguese industry is supported on a green industrial plan to rely on renewable energies and clean technologies. Within the framework of the hydrogen cluster in Portugal, it is planned that hydrogen will be one of the solutions for the decarbonization for the economy, while promoting a new industrial sector with export potential and generation investment, jobs, and wealth. For this regard, green hydrogen was important in terms of the decarbonization and sustainable mobility. It's set to grow over the next few years. Is also posed to be a valid option for maritime transport. Portugal has a unique conditions to be an energy supply platform for Europe and other parts of the world. It can supply LNG throughout the port of Sines, which is also expected to become an international hub for a green hydrogen. The green transition underway in the industrial area of Sines will attract investments exceeding 20,000 million euros by 2030. In addition to the green hydrogen and green industries that Portugal intends to install in Sines, one of our commitments is to consolidate Science Tech and Atlantic Data Gateway. We plan to build more submarine cables, mooring stations connecting the American and African continents, so the Sines becomes a mooring center for subsea cables and advanced data center, bringing the added value of data processing. I would also like to underline the importance of the project in Sines to produce green hydrogen and ammonia from renewable sources, with a total investment of 1.3 thousand million euros and 500 new jobs estimated. Given the expected capacity for offshore renewables energy and investments onshore in the hydrogen cluster, Portugal will start producing the clean fuel in the short term and can be a hydrogen exporter in the future. In the short term, and as an immediate response to the challenges of the ongoing energy transition, Portugal is also investing in the production of the biofuels for maritime use. Several pilots were developed to demonstrate the use of these fuels on ships with remarkable success. The use of the biofuels for the maritime transport can prove to be very positive in the process of reducing emissions from greenhouse gases, in addition to making a strong contribution to the circular economy. We are looking forward to cooperation in the development of innovative research-driven technology partnership, as well to deepening trade and investment ties. Portugal is committed to the creation of an emission control area, ECA, like Maya have said some minutes before, for sulfur oxides, nitrogen oxides, and particulate matter in the Portuguese Sea. The objective of the future ECA in the Atlantic region to implement a green corridor connecting the already existing areas in the Baltic Sea, North Sea, and English Channel to the recent adopted ECA for sulfur oxides in the Mediterranean, which will have practical effects from May 2025. Portugal is also committed to development of pilot projects for a dual fuel propulsion systems for ships, diesel hydrogen, for adoption in the Portuguese flag, involving maritime administration and the partnership between Portuguese and foreign companies. We have seen the protocol signed some minutes before. These pilot projects are in line with the strategic commitments to develop low-carbon fuels and with Portugal's strategic vision to increase the competitiveness of the Portuguese flag. It is important to mention that the development of the cleaner maritime fuels and offshore renewables has a strong contribution of the Portuguese engineering and research, scientific and technological centers. For this purpose, the development of an offshore renewables test zone located in Viana do Castelo and already created the test zone by the Portuguese Navy for the tests of unmanned security and defense system and other technologies in surface, land and wet and air environments will contribute to Portugal's stand out in the leadership of the development of offshore renewables and marine technology. There is an important package of investment incentives and tax benefits for foreign investments, in particular projects that create jobs and attract new skills to Portugal. We have highly qualified human resource and high-quality logistics and infrastructure network, and Portugal can be a key location for the development of the digital service, as we have a fast-growing and a dynamic ecosystems with many young talents. Additionally, Portugal can be an important trade and investment hub with other markets and a strategic platform to Portuguese-speaking countries. Ladies and gentlemen, the challenging times that we are facing require the development of the partnerships that can be the foundation of the full economic recovery and at the same time for the preparation of our industry for net zero targets. Green transition requires international cooperation and supportive regulation. It further requires a global proactive approach towards managing carbon intensity, crews, ship owners and characteristics, and I'll take responsibility. I can assure you that the Portuguese government, together with the Portuguese Maritime Administration, will remain committed to promote the development of the sustainable blue economy and green shipping. In this context, Portugal has already included in the Recovery and Resilience Plan, which was a subject to public consultation, a proposal of an investment of 50 million euros to support green shipping projects. My last message is to invite you all to attend the second edition of the Sustainable Blue Economy Investment Forum that Portugal is organizing and that will take place in Lisbon during the first week of October. The organization of the second edition of the SBEF is one of more commitment from Portugal to sustainable develop a strong economic growth together with a healthy ocean, creating blue jobs and contributing to the equitable, wealthy society. Thank you and congratulations to all.
On behalf of His Excellency, the Secretary of State for the Sea, I declare the workshop closed. Now, let me remind you that we have been streaming the workshop all day and that this recording will be available and you can have it later. It'll be on the DGRM social networks, and that will also make available all the presentations that the speakers allow us to share. And now I would invite you all for a group photo, which we will take outside. It's still nice and warm outside. You're welcome to leave your stuff here if you prefer, or take it with you. It's either way. And so please come down to the entrance of the building. Thank you.